Abrupt ending. Yeah, my favorite. Welcome. Let me know if my microphone sounds better. I had it on the wrong setting. It should be on the right setting. My bad for the last two videos. It should be much better now. Welcome to the show. Welcome. It's been quite the... I say that every time, but it has been quite the ordeal the last couple weeks. Like every weekend there's something to discuss. There's just, Hollisville is the land that keeps on giving, and I will keep on taking because the universe blesses me more than you. Okay, those are the words to live by in Kia's world. Welcome everybody. I see we are all jumping on. Oh no, cried all day. Well, you're not going to like this, JB, because we're going to talk about more crying. We're going to be talking about crying a lot. In today's, what? Oh, sorry. This is, producer Steven is coming out of the room and making sure that I'm in focus. I'm also in Arizona right now in my living room. Love my living room. Oh wait, sorry. Love my living room. This is actually Heidi's living room, if you didn't know. Okay, so let's recap because there's been a lot to cover. So I did a whole video about Heidi's passport snafu, right? She had passport issues. Passport issues meaning she forgot to renew her passport after 10 years and couldn't go to Mexico to meet up with Dave for their trip, whatever, their relax in Cancun trip that they planned for 6 months. She was gonna fly to Hawaii to go to the end of the earth for Dave to make this trip work. Didn't happen, so Dave ended up leaving Mexico to come be with Heidi in Arizona. When they did that, when they got together, they announced in the car, as of course that's where they do all of their Instagram announcements. They said they were just taking a break. They're just friends now. They're no longer, and maybe I can just find that really quick. They're no longer dating, and Heidi said that, neither one of us are really ready to be in a relationship right now. And she said that she needs to focus on not being with a man all the time. So, we love to see it, as they say. That sounded like a fairly healthy choice to make after the incredibly chaotic last year that they've both gone through. The Hollis Powell clan, all those involved have gone through, at least from what I can see via Instagram stories. So once that was over, we thought, okay, they're gonna go their separate ways for a little bit. This is the end. They've made their announcement. Maybe they got one last hurrah, and then they were gonna be done. However, within like 3 days of that announcement that they're just friends, bing, bam, boom, Heidi has flown to Austin, Texas to be with, guess who? Dave Hollis. So, are they back together? Doesn't appear so, I will say, just based on my initial thoughts. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pull up just to recap everybody while everyone gets settled in. I'm gonna get the recap going. Okay, wait, that's not what I wanted. This is what I want. I want more screen time, less clouds for this one. Okay, so this is a recap. So this is when Dave flew in to Arizona from Mexico after he figured out his passport issues, which it's a whole thing. Okay, so this is where they made the announcement. So I just want to catch everyone up real quick.
Yeah, we said good morning at 2 o'clock.
It's morning somewhere. Maybe not here.
It's morning here in my head. It was a late night.
Hello.
Dave wanted to clarify something.
Well, we had like 4 days of birthday festivities that we had to shove into a
night.
One day bag.
One night.
So
A little grab bag. A little bit of everything.
it was an adventure. All like,
I'm going to post some things from last night so you can see. Because I had a really cute outfit on. That's really all I want to show you.
Wait, maybe is this the one? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, ask us anything. Okay. Sorry, I got bored. All right, does Dave still see his children? The answer is yes, duh, of course. Then they said, how's Dave been doing? Who cares? Okay, let's see. This is the part we want.
but it tends to actually be the place where you can reprioritize and grow.
Whatever.
Too much for 15 seconds.
This is a longer answer.
Podcast coming soon. Is there another self-love summit going to happen?
Okay, skip that. Wait. Oh, God. Okay, it's the other one. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, let me get it. It's the second one in my folder. Dang. Also, thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Is this Rachel Hollis coming in hot? Sending in super stickers? Thank you so much. For that, I will play you a Rachel soundbite. My favorite. This is not one I play very often, so this is a special one for you, Rachel. Here you go.
As much as Jeffrey's dental surgery.
You've spent as much as Jeffrey's dental surgery. And one more just for fun.
I don't regret anything.
There's our girl Rach. She doesn't regret nothing. Nada zilch. That's our girl Rach. She just regrets nothing. Okay, where's Heidi? Heidi, come on. Stop hiding in my folders here. This is not okay. This is not acceptable behavior. Where are you? Okay. Shoot. Where the heck did that one come from? Oh, I'm super prepared. I'm as prepared as Heidi is for these lives. Okay, well I could just tell you. How about I just tell you what I already did. They said that they're just gonna be friends. That they were not ready for a relationship, blah blah blah. That was the end. Very exciting. Yeah, I don't know why I cut it off there at that one. What's this one? Hold on. I'm looking. Nope. Okay. So anyways, that was that. So then Dave went home, Heidi went home, or Heidi was there, and then all of a sudden she goes, oh, I actually need to shoot all of the videos for this 60-day fitness challenge that she's been selling, which at the highest price point costs I don't have a it costs $4,000 to go at the highest end. Okay? That's the sound you get when it's a ridiculous price. You get to go to a one-day mastermind in Arizona to basically spend time with Heidi, and the rest is you get text messages to be accountable to your diet and fitness, and you get 60 days of workouts that apparently Heidi hasn't even filmed yet. So I don't understand where people get this money that they can just blow it like this, but to each its own, I guess. Okay, so let's take a look at Heidi's Instagram. Just while I'm still allowed to, she hasn't blocked me, to be fair. Dave and Rachel have both blocked me at this point, so Heidi's holding on for now. As I search it, and it's probably blocked at this point. Nope, still. She's a real boss, babe. She didn't block me like the others. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here's the Instagram, and then all of a sudden she shows up 3 days later after they announced the breakup, which okay, whatever, breakup, or they're just friends or whatever. Okay, then all of a sudden here, oh wait, now this is old. What is this? I don't know. That's all. She posted a lot this week. Okay. Then all of a sudden she's back. She's in Austin. She's like, guys, I think she explains it here. Maybe I should just shut up and just watch. Shut up and show up. Okay. Here we go. Let's play this. Just to set the scene. So Dave, I'm starting to talk like them. Oh my God. And thank you, JB. Thank you. I do want to join the challenge. Thank you for that Canadian $2.79. But once again, I will say this, and you get this every time that you super chat. You're going to get this soundbite just for you.
It is 18 American dollars.
Okay, We only accept 18 American dollars and 18 stinking dollars.
18 stinking dollars.
Okay, but thank you very much. I would love to join the challenge and get my booty to look like a squirrel with peach pits on it. Okay, so I think she's going to explain the whole thing I've been basically trying to explain for the last 30 seconds about why she flew here and what the heck she's doing. And it totally makes sense, guys. It totally is a legitimate reason and definitely not some sort of ploy to try to get back with Dave. 100%. And this, as you see in the description, this live is supposed to be with her life coach, Danielle, who I've talked about before. I don't know her personally, don't know much about her. She seems like not to be mean, but she seems like a low-level yoga life coach. And by low level, I mean like not that many followers. She's not like, featured on, I don't know, ETV or something. She seems just like a local person from Utah, I believe, who teaches yoga and does life coaching. So not necessarily like a big celebrity life coach, which I don't think are much better, but I just need to point that out. That she just is kind of like someone that Heidi came across. And she also was a worker. She was an employee, temporarily at least contractor, for the Show Up Summit, which is what Heidi is trying to promote right now. So they're doing a live stream with Dave and Heidi and Danielle. That's what this live is. Okay, I have set it up now. We all are on the same page. Thank you very much. Let's continue the show.
I'm live. I am live. What's up, guys? I told you I was gonna go live with Danielle at 5:30. I'm 9 minutes late. I'm 9 minutes late because I was shooting a video and it took me just a minute. How are you guys? Happy, what day are we in? We are in, what is today? Hi guys. Can someone remind me what today is? I don't remember.
That's not good.
It's Thursday. Today's.
If you don't know what day you're in, while you picked up your phone to set up this live stream, it is a device that tells you the day and the time, actually, the time of day and the day of the week. I wonder though if that, like, and I've heard this and people, ask this before, asking like, what day is it again? Like, what color is this cup? It's all engagement baiting, meaning that they know what day it freaking is, but they just want people to comment because it gets engagement really fast, and that could promote Instagram, like they're live on Instagram to other people, I guess. I don't know. I don't know really how the algorithm works on any platform, but it's either she's got like an insane amount of mental anxiety that she doesn't know what day it is, or confusion for some reason, which could be true, or she's just trying to start something and get people to comment so that her live gets more attention so she can sell $4,000 masterminds.
Mona, what's up, Mona? Mona, are you gonna go live with me this week? Are you gonna go live? Yeah, I hopped a flight. What? Oh, I think I'm good without glasses. Thank you. Oh, these are he brought me my sunglasses.
Rainbow sunnies.
I want to be able to connect. You want to come hop in here? So we're going to go live with Danielle.
I want to find a picture, and I will in the meantime, a picture of Dave when he used to do the morning show with Rachel, because the position he gets himself in here in this live stream reminds me of those shows where he sits behind Rachel and makes little comments, but Rachel's the star of the show, and she was like running in and talking and doing stuff, and he was just like, yeah. And now again, like literally, it's just like replace woman in front. That's what he's done in the last 2 years.
Are we?
Yeah, where are you at? Yeah, we're going to go live with Dan.
I want to also make, I'm sorry for stopping it again, but I also want to make like a little comparison photo, like Britney Spears and Kevin Federline. Like, you think you're old, this is what, if you think you're old, this is what Kevin Federline and Britney Spears look like today. Because that's the vibe I'm getting from them two today. It's very California. He's really what do you call it? Leaned in. He's really jumped into the waters of his California roots, I feel like, with this getup.
Danielle. Danielle is somebody who does every single day with me. I mean, I have missed a couple days, I'm not gonna lie, because it's been a crazy week. But for the most part, every day, she's helped me understand the importance of unplugging and just being, right?
Yeah.
Breath work and meditation. How are you, number one?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Why am I here in Texas? I feel like we should explain.
Well,
explain ourselves.
I mean, what I love about you is that when a problem pops up in your life, you look for an immediate remedy. And I am here for it.
I do.
But when filming content became overwhelming in Arizona,
Yeah.
you remembered that I have a filming setup right here in old Dripping Springs, Texas. And though that seems like a flimsy excuse to see me, I'm here for it.
Dave is here for it. It being all the things in real time inside of their lives. Okay, so he's like very passive aggressive. And now I gotta say that I don't disagree with Dave. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he feels, obviously. But if he does feel annoyed, I would understand. You know, like I just did this whole, and she's the one pushing him, it seems, to be on social media. As much as he might be secretly saying like, I want to be on social, and he just trying to play coy, I don't know, but he has not posted on his Instagram since he declared he was taking a social media break, but he's appeared only on Heidi's. Now, whose fault is that? Is she pushing him to do it? Is he secretly trying to go behind and get, like put his toe in the water to see if people respond well? I don't know. Who knows? But let's pretend that she's the one pushing him into the social media limelight. It's a little uncomfortable because why is he here? Well, I understand that, she's using his camera. It's a flimsy excuse, and she's going to explain what the excuse is now, which is bullshit. But, okay, I could buy into that. But why is he promoting her launch, her whatever 60-day booty workouts? He's no longer a part of this, as far as I know. He had obligation maybe to help with the first 2 rounds, but this is like her thing now. But she seems to really be, trying to get him to be a part of this in a lot of ways. Thank you, Kitty Mervine. Thank you very much. Before we push the live back, I just wanted to say this really intimate thing for you.
I love you.
Okay? And
I will slowly buy you a boat.
That's what Dave has to say to you, Kitty. Thank you very much. I always appreciate it. Okay. Let's continue.
Hold on. Let me say this, though. In all fairness, this idea popped in my head days ago. Remember? Like I had said, I'm going to have so in Arizona, I thought I could shoot about 100 videos. I'm not kidding you.
What?
Without a camera crew. I was trying to save money and time and all of the things. I'm like, I can do it. I can set up a computer or a camera. I can get it ready because our challenge launches next week. I know I can do this. And I very quickly realized that was ridiculous. And it took me a few days of saying, nobody can come to my house. Let me lock the doors when the kids are at school. It still did not work. I'm here.
What I love
I
about
finally gave into it.
The problem solving is that the solution also involves a flight that landed at 1:30 in the morning, which, again, I am here for. It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't matter.
I heard someone on our team.
I totally agree. I see one of the comments said, like, Dave's a grown man, he should say no. I totally agree. I think also with this, her coming and flying at 1 a.m. and all that, it sounds to me like, this is my interpretation. He sounds like he's saying the truth. He's being honest with his feelings. He's like, this doesn't make sense. It involved a flight that was very inconvenient for me. Seems like a flimsy excuse. Okay, all those things I probably would agree with. But then he says, but I am here for it. As if like that's the good man thing to say. That's the good best friend of ex-girlfriend thing to say, which it's not. Set a boundary. I think people would respect him more as a person, as a human, as they would say, and definitely as a guru if you set a personal boundary and said, Heidi, no, you are a grown woman as well. Do this at your house. Hire somebody to shoot these videos. Use your phone like you do for everything else. It's like as if she's never done this for the last 20 years of her life, recording every single moment. Now all of a sudden she needs a real camera? Come on. Get real. And also, it's launching in like 9 days. This should be done. If it's not done, that's on you, Heidi. Okay.
Recently said, you need to be a solution architect.
Ooh.
I am a solution architect. That was Cicely.
I like that.
Yeah, we're all solution architects. And I architected a solution that, good night. It
worked out really well. It's been a super productive day.
Architected.
The video setup, it works.
Yeah.
And we get to hang out.
And Jeffrey. I mean, there's Jeffrey right over there.
Jeffrey, the Wonder Schnauzer.
Hold on, let me see. Danielle's hopping on. Let's find Danielle. Dave is going to do, have you ever done, yes. Yes, we know we're on the public page. Don't worry.
Wait, what?
There's actually a really funny joke inside of our Get Fit
Side
community.
of.
I don't know if it's a joke. It's a joke on me. Like, it's just, I like, almost every time I go live in the community, I end up accidentally going live 2 other places first that are wrong. Like,
If
I'm
people
like,
start
oh,
screaming, "Wrong
and
spot."
then they start saying, you're on
Wrong
the wrong
spot.
page. And then I finally was like, well, why does it matter? We're all here anyway. We should just.
I love, though, that someone's looking out for me. Here's the thing. I'm taking a break from my social. If every once in a while I wander into yours, I'm just fine with that. Is there shared custody of Jeffrey? This is a great question. Let's go ahead and tackle the tough stuff.
Danielle will be right there. Danielle.
Jeffrey,
Yeah, why are they doing this? We already heard about Jeffrey and Jeffrey's custody and all of that. Like, can we move on with our lives? Like, I know people are asking because it's funny. Honestly, it's just like that is like a troll thing, and I'm here for it. But it's like, what? I'm confused about what the big deal was then. Like, we have to get together in Arizona or Mexico, and I have to fly to Honolulu to be with you because this is our last chance to be together because we're breaking up or whatever. And now it's like, oh, 3 days later we're back and we're answering the same freaking questions that we answered last week. It just seemed like, okay, that seemed like it was the end of the era, but now it's just back to normal. I don't know. And also in this description, I just noticed it says, P.S. Our next Get Fit Challenge starts May 9th. Okay, so a week from today, ish. Pre-week party with me, Danielle, Dave, and my all-star team. So I guess like Dave is a part of this now. It did not seem like that before. It seemed like he was out. He used to be in the logo from the Get Fit with, first of all, it was called Get Fit with Heidi and Dave. Now it's called Get Fit ... with Heidi, maybe. I don't know. It just says Get Fit, I believe. Now, and his picture has been removed completely from the website. But why is he involved then? I'm confused. I think she just didn't want to do it alone, I guess. I don't know. But it seems like, yo, bro, if you're not cool with this, which it seems like he's not, he's like being passive aggressively like, she's unemotionally unstable. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. He's like, she's emotionally unstable, ha ha ha, but I'm here for that. It's like, are you here for that? Or are you trying to like signal to somebody like, I'm stuck here, I have to do this to be nice? It doesn't come off good.
Jeffrey runs back and forth
Come here,
with
Jeffrey.
children. Yeah,
Jeffrey
is.
follows the.
But there's no kids. There's no kids. So I think that ended.
What?
Let's be honest,
Oh.
Dave. Jeffrey's now here full time. There was some back and forth
Jeffrey,
time.
for the most part,
I think
follows the
he's
kids.
now no longer. he's full time here now. All right, Dave. Where?
Oh, hold on, sorry. Thank you very much, Amy. I'm glad that you are inside of this live and free Jeffrey. For that, I will play a Dave clip for you.
It's giving me life.
Jeffrey gives me life as well. Thank you, ABC. I appreciate that very much.
That's
Margaret.
the actual hard-hitting question.
That is, yeah.
There's
And
you
they don't
can't
even
see
know.
this on the table we're sitting on,
It's
but there
gross.
is
It's gross.
There's a 1/4 inch of pollen, which is also partially responsible for what sounds like a nasal problem with the big guy. But you know what?
All right, let me see.
Ugh.
Danielle's here.
I hate when he calls himself the big guy. And also, I don't understand. Like, what's going on? Why? I don't know. Whatever. Okay.
Hello,
View
Danielle.
request.
There she is.
Okay, Danielle, you guys, let me tell you this. She's gonna do breath work. I don't even know. Danielle, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, Danielle? Hold on. Accept. All right.
Here we go. Jeffrey the Wonder Schnauzer.
Where is
Here's my prediction, and I just see that I see JB's comment. I think that Heidi, because it's obvious that there's tension between Heidi and Rachel. That's obvious by the last live story, Q&A, whatever, Ask Me Anything we watched last week. And basically, someone asked, like, do you hang out with Rachel, or have you ever had anything to do with Rachel? And it was like, basically, no comment was the response. So I think Heidi's saying, there's no children here, just Jeffrey. Jeffrey's here, but no children are here. I think maybe her way of saying, like, I think the rule is perhaps that Heidi's not to be around the children. I don't know that to be true. I have no idea. I haven't read the court documents. This is just me speculating out of my ass. But could be, that there's some sort of agreement between Rachel and Dave, because Rachel took the kids on for longer, for full-time custody while he was in rehab. So maybe there were some contingencies with that where it was like, okay, well, Heidi can't be at the house, or any significant other can't be at the house without approval from Rachel. I don't know. That happens in divorces sometimes. It's very possible. They both have good lawyers, I would imagine. So who's to say that couldn't happen? And, I guess that makes sense. I wouldn't want my kids to be on Heidi's 500,000 Instagram stories, because that she doesn't respect anybody's kids. She puts them online without most likely asking permission. So, as Rachel, I would probably agree. That's probably a good call to forbid the kids to be around her. That's just my 2 cents. Bye.
Oh, there she is. Sorry, that scared me. Danielle.
Hi, Danielle.
Are you ready for this? I love
Love
you.
and light.
Oh no, I can't hear you. It's kind of cutting out. Can you guys hear her?
She hasn't said anything yet.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
There we go. We got you. It's hard for me to look at Danielle and not immediately feel insane peace. So a little story about,
Okay.
I just want to, Danielle, do you care if I say how we met?
No.
So I met Danielle after I was going through a divorce in 2019, and the world didn't know, it was kind of a thing that we were processing as a family. So there was a lot of unprocessed inside of me. I felt like I was trying to keep in and work on something that was hurtful, all the things, divorce is hard.
It's so awkward. Like, I know that this has already happened a zillion times by now, so they're probably comfortable with it. But, like, Dave has to sit there behind her, and vice versa when they talk about their divorces in these interviews. It's so uncomfortable for the other person. Like, to sit there and hear, like, I was going through a divorce in 2019, and, like, my husband and I, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, then you're like, the significant other's like, the new boyfriend, which is Dave at the time, and now the new best friend is like, what is he supposed to do, though? He's not going to do his goofy thing that he does, when she's telling a story about whatever. Like, oh, you're divorced? Oh, yeah, interesting. It's just so funny. Like, I can't imagine having to do that, like, sit there time and time again hearing about your divorce.
Hard no matter who you are. And divorce also, historically for me, in my first round, it led me into, I went through an insane identity crisis. I think you can relate to this, right?
Absolutely.
Like, who am I if I'm not with this person? Like, all that I have, all that I've created is with and because of. So am I going to be okay alone? And I had a friend, ironically, it's the same friend who had brought me to a seminar that had me meet Chris 10 years prior. A friend had said, I need you to meet my friend Danielle.
Okay, that's Landmark. I have not done any research on Landmark. I thought at first it was a Tony Robbins thing, but no, it's something else. And apparently some people have commented to me before and said, oh my gosh, you have to look into it. There's a bunch of stuff's going on with it, but I never have. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm afraid. My limiting beliefs of like what I'm going to discover is holding me back. But that's what she's talking about. So if you know what Landmark is, it's some sort of seminar, like woo-woo inspirational thing, I guess. That's where she went again after. So she met Chris there, and then she went back after the divorce. Don't mean to laugh, but I don't know, kind of ironic.
She does the most amazing healing and therapeutic, like Sora yoga class. And I'm like, okay, fitness, I can do something fitness. I don't know what it is. But at the time and up to that point in my life, I had barely any ability to cry. I was not a crier.
Huh.
Isn't that insane?
Interesting.
I went to
You've
Danielle's
tapped into
class.
it these days.
Speaking about body language, awkward. Yeah. So Dave said, if you didn't catch that, she says, I didn't used to be able to cry. He's like, oh, interesting. Well, you have been able to do it these days, which, yes. I don't know if she cries in this one. I haven't actually watched this yet. I needed to. I saw the screenshots of this live, and we needed to watch it, and I haven't had the chance. So, this is a fresh reaction. The other stories and stuff I watched, but this live and the other lives, which I don't know if we're gonna watch the full of them, we'll see. But it gets weird. That's all I know. I know it gets weird towards the end because I've seen the screenshots. They're gonna be doing a lot of like breathing together. Oh, thank you, Rach, but not Rach. Man, we're getting all the Rachels tonight, sending in super chats. Thank you very much. $10. Oh, thank you. This weekend was a doozy. I'm ready to discuss all the things. In real time, though, or in post? In looking at my past through the lens of my divorce, I wanted to say that round 1 of my divorce was much more profound than round 2. Okay. That's my impression of Dave. For that, Rach but not Rach, here is a Rachel Hollis clip.
Am I the only hippie?
Yes, Rachel, you're the only hippie. But you're not Rach, like this Rach.
Rach?
So thank you very much. Okay. Let's continue.
It's great. It's amazing, though.
I went to Danielle's class at her home, and I remember it was like me and 3 or 4 other women. There were not many people at all. And it was a dark room in your home. And I remember going through the movements and the way, the Sora yoga that she's created and the breath work and the affirmations and the things that she would say in the middle had me sobbing in the darkness. I'm serious. I remember being in that room and thinking, I hope nobody here can see me crying, because it tapped into something inside of me that I didn't know needed to be tapped into. And it was like my wounds came out in a place where they were like, okay, now I'm ready to start. You need to start looking at them and we need to start healing them.
And I just didn't heal them or look at them. I just opened the wound and let it sit there. And now it's been festering for the last 2 years. I've done breath work. I talked about this, I think, on the Cringefluencer channel when we were talking about The Secret the other day, because breath work came up. And it's something that I've done. I enjoyed it at the time because I felt exactly what she's saying, where it's like, oh my God, I don't cry very easily either. I have since going to therapy more now. But back then when I was, just beginning the spiritual journey that I ended abruptly. But when I was starting out, I was a little bit cut off too. I couldn't stuff would happen. I would just not feel it. So breath work, when you're doing it, you're hyperventilating almost. You're like, and you like, I don't know what the reaction is, but I cried afterwards. And I wonder if it's because your body thinks it's like shutting down or you're panicking or something. I don't know. But I think temporarily it tricks you into thinking it's this profound experience that it might be, but it's not a long-term solution at all. And especially if you don't have like a mental health professional, not a life coach, to help you explore why you had that reaction, you're going to end up like spiraling out of control. And that's literally what happened to me. Breathwork was like the first thing that I did that I felt like, oh my God, I'm very exposed. And then I got the life coach. And then I was trying to do all this stuff to like fix it because I could never feel good afterwards. Like I always just felt like anxious all the time after that experience. And then until I got into therapy, I just was a mess. So it was like the downward spiral started with breathwork. That's just my personal anecdote. If you like breath work, that's cool. I just think that you need to be careful because it could open up these, like, especially if you have trauma, be very careful. That's my 2 cents. And I see, thank you, Rachel Owen. Okay, let's see what Rachel Owen, all the Rachels today. If your name is Rachel, please send me a super chat. And Dave's Cadence, so grateful to be afforded the opportunity to be inside of this community in a word. Okay, so this is in Dave's Cadence. Okay, excuse me. so grateful to be afforded the opportunity to be inside of this community in a world where I want to be, and that could afford me the opportunity to be part of a community. Was that good? Was that sort of accurate? Dave, what do you think?
I love you.
Oh, well, Dave approves. Thank you so much, Dave. Okay, now back to the video. We're about to get some demos of breathwork, so if you don't know what the heck I'm talking about, we're about to see it in real time.
Danielle and I have been friends ever since. I love her. I subscribe so much to what she does, and I've shared a little bit on here. And so I wanted to bring you here, Danielle, so they can kind of get a taste of what you do for me, what you do for inside of our Get Fit community, because we're so lucky to have you there. We were so lucky to have you at Show Up. Freaking love you.
I will just say real quick, because I have myself been somewhat skeptical of this Danielle. Not because of anything that you've ever done, but just because yoga and breathing was never something that was a part of who I was growing up. And maybe it was like inside of religion, there was always a be skeptical of anything that hasn't happened inside of this church building. But watching the influence and impact that you've had on Heidi, I have 50 times asked Heidi to give me your number, and she refused.
I haven't yet.
I'm so interested in tapping into the thing that I've now witnessed at Show Up and have witnessed inside of the Show Up Get Fit community.
Heidi, give her the number. Best friends don't keep yoga teachers' numbers from each other, okay? I would imagine that she's doing that because Danielle is seemingly female, a woman, but I can't say that for sure, but I don't understand. She was on the other live. Heidi's like, you need to reach out to Danielle. You need to reach out to Danielle. And he's like, yeah, I want to. And now she's like, I will give you your number, but not right now. But also, Dave can just go on Instagram and DM her. So, like, get over it, Dave. Whatever.
There's something in this, Danielle. You know it, obviously, because it's the thing you do. But I love the idea of just even getting to show people a little piece of this so that if in any way they have the skepticism that I ever had, that maybe they would open their mind to the possibility of there being something in this.
Wow. Honored. I'm honored to sit with both of you, with this whole community. My heart is just humming. All these comments, all the love. Like, thank you, everybody. There's a lot of familiar.
Okay, let me write that down. I need to just soundbite that. My heart is coming. Okay, sorry. What time is it at? 9:43. Okay.
Faces that I met at Show Up, and it's just really great. All the love, like, throw it up, right? It's so great to see the hearts and the connection, right? So, Dave, thank you for bringing up the skeptic. Like, I'm so happy to meet a skeptic. I'm so happy to meet somebody who was at least honest enough to say, like, I don't know about this. And then with some time, maybe I'm curious about this. And that is the place, I think, Heidi, where we cross paths in your journey, right? And you had done so much work in the other aspects of your body, like your physical body. You were so connected and so tapped in that when we did the movement, eyes closed, feel into those spaces in your body.
That was my confirmation bias. I heard what I wanted to hear. I confirmed that that I thought this is a very sexualized live stream, so I think I was projecting my own feelings onto this poor sweet woman's yoga teacher. So I'm sorry. I take it back. She said hum. Everyone's saying she said humming. My heart is humming. That makes much more sense. Thank you for the correction. Okay, let's continue.
You were able to come online in your energetic body so fast. And then that kind of brought back, wait, I think there's more capacity in my physical body. And then it begins this relationship, right? And so let's just jump in for all of you who are joining us.
She's a Kagan water hun. Is she really? Or is that just a speculation? I need to know. Someone find out. Let me know. Because if she is, that explains a lot. And I'll explain what that is later.
Let's jump into a little bit of what Heidi and I do on a daily practice. I invite you, whether you are a skeptic or you are like chomping at the bit to jump into this moment, to just be open. And the beauty of social media, although there is so much toxicity, and Dave, I applaud you for your fast, right? Sometimes I think I have 4 kids, you know, from 20 to.
Wow, she's got 4 kids. Dave's like, oh my God, this woman is my new obsession. It's giving me life. She's got 4 kids. Amazing. That's his requirement for dating a woman with 4 children, so they can say, oh, we have 1,000 children, because that's the big goal in life, is to say that. So she's eligible. I don't know if she's married, though. We'll find out.
2 to 15. And so when they get a little twisted in the energy of the world, we call it a sacred pause. So taking a sacred pause, it's also important to experience that in the breath, because the breath has an inhale and an exhale, but the sacred pause is in the conscious knowing of the relationship. Right? So it's pausing, disconnecting to reconnect within. So we're just going to dive in. This is a practice I've shared with Heidi. It's 3 movements, 1 minute each. I should have you teach it now, girl. So if you're seated on a chair, or if you can.
Okay, everybody, are we ready? That's my breath work. Okay, I'm sorry if I scared you. Jump scare, warning, trigger warning, in reverse, post-mortem. Okay.
Come into the earth in a cross-legged, easy pose, whatever is comfortable for you.
Okay, not trigger warning, but like, if you want to be confused, this is about to get really weird looking up here in the Heidi Dave box, okay? It's not good angles.
And we're just going to invite you to close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, take a breath into your belly. Deep in your belly. Breathe in. And sound H-A on the exhale.
Ah! All right, I'm sorry.
2 more times. Breathe in. Fill your body up. H-A. Together, collectively, deep breath in. And together, releasing all the tension all the way out your body, down, down, down. And then bring your hands to your knees or to your shins. And we're just going to move our spine in a cow and cat posture. So I'll turn sideways. So what you're going to do is take your heart forward and lift your tailbone back. So your spine becomes a C, and your heart lifts, and you slightly open your neck by lifting your chin. And then you exhale, tuck the tailbone under.
Okay, I just want to say I went through the yoga certification teaching program that, you know, a lot of yoga studios offer across at least the United States. And some retreats do it too. If you're into yoga, you can go to Costa Rica for the week and become certified. It's like 200 hours. So it took me 10 weeks, not every weekend, but every other weekend for 10 weeks to get it done. And this is like day 1. Like, you don't know anything about yoga, you learn cat-cow and how to teach cat-cow. So this is like basic level yoga, and the westernized way, because it's totally different not totally different, but it's a different experience if you're in the East. But this is not some sort of advanced, you need $4,000 in a mastermind to learn, or even $200 in a like online thing to learn. This is, you go to any yoga class across the country, you're going to do this if you've, basic level day 1 is what I mean to say. Cat-cow is like I said, basic.
Separate the shoulder blades and press your heart between. So your inhale moves the body forward, and your exhale releases the body back. And you can move slow, or you can move a quicker cadence. I want you to feel the rhythm.
So bizarre. What is this? What is
and
this?
What would it feel like?
Why are they doing this?
To lead by the breath. So allow the breath to initiate the body.
What am I getting from this? Nothing.
And as you continue to breathe, get really curious about your body. Where does it feel open and awake?
My vaginal
Maybe where
walls.
Does it feel tension and stress?
Sorry, everybody.
Acknowledging both those places.
Come on, what is this?
And the
like,
light.
Seriously.
The harmony and balance, the breath. Inhaling, receiving fresh energy, life force, prana. And exhaling, releasing tension. And do it 3 more times, even deeper. Breathe into a space of your body you have not brought breath to yet.
This is so
Allow it
bizarre. This is called
And then we're going to move into some Sufi grinds. So you just inhale and shift the body forward.
Sufi
and then
grinds?
You exhale and roll your body back. So we're going to go 15 seconds each direction. So if you're seated, you'll feel your left.
Well, they called it, I don't know what the term exactly means. It was called like Sufi rolls. You know, you go like this. This is also day one. You learn this. It's like warm up Sufi rolls. I don't know what the pronunciation means, but she called it Sufi grinds. Right? Did I mishear that again? I'm just picking up on the sexual overtones here.
In your right sit bone, kind of balancing. Feel
Yep.
that. And as you connect to the earth, imagine unwinding, unraveling,
It looks like he's like they're at the
connecting a little
club.
deeper into the earth. And rather than sitting on the earth, allow yourself to be held in the earth. One more full cycle. And then we're going to reverse.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Other direction. Inhale, shift forward. Exhale, shift back. Really curious about this movement.
I am very curious about this movement. This is reverse cowgirl. Oh man.
In the center. So already check the body. How does that little bit of movement, that little bit of breath, right? How's that feel?
Yeah, you know, it's so interesting to me. There's a couple things that I always notice, and I noticed right off the bat, the first time I had done anything where I closed my eyes and focused on breathing, I think I had told you, the idea of, I was like, wow, to be internal, right? Like in my body and in my head is a thing I don't ever spend time doing. We're in our heads, right? But in a way, traditionally, that has us focused out there. Like we're so focused on what they think and all the different things. So to really spend time on like, how am I feeling? Like, where is this breath going? Imagining the breath going to my fingertips and all of the things. That's always the first.
Why is she doing
the
that?
thing I started noticing the last time you and
clip.
I met, and then this time I felt the same thing. I've been able for some reason to get enough oxygen in that I actually feel a high. Like I feel the oxytocin, I feel the serotonin, I feel the dopamine. Remember that last time I was like, oh my gosh, there's a thing, because
that's called oxygen deprivation or over oxygenating your brain, I think. Like when it's like, yeah, it's like I hate to say it, but like when you like, you know, people do that when they're trying to, you know, okay, I'm not gonna go there, never mind. This is like a thing. This is like a thing like people do to get high. Yes. So I don't think she realizes like that's not necessarily oxytocin and all that. It's probably just like you're out of breath. You're restricting the airflow to your brain. Okay, that's enough for me. I'm gonna shut up now.
Their oxytocin, serotonin, and dopamine are released, right? But like to feel it, there is an actual rush when you get enough oxygen in, and I spend my days shallow breath. I catch myself like, you know. So
they blurred it, thankfully.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I just felt like numb fingertips.
Well, it's interesting because I have been trying to be way more present with whatever I'm thinking or whatever I'm feeling, and there's something interesting in an exercise that asks you to try and like sync all things that for me felt like a little bit of it was a step closer to aligning, as weird as that might sound, being inside my thoughts with my thoughts as opposed to outside observing them.
Huh?
I don't know that I felt anything other than like connection. Yeah, proximity, which is awesome. Just didn't know that.
Exactly.
Do you want a hair tie by chance?
Oh, I think it'll take away. I don't want. That's okay. I'm
Fair.
good though. Thank you. I saw one thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's very passive aggressive. Do you want a hair tie by chance, babe? Bestie? Oh no, I'll just do this. It's much more convenient for me and much less distracting for my viewers by holding my hair like this back while it blows in the wind.
Danielle.
Well, just talking about the alignment, right? So what in manifestation, like I'm all about the magic of manifestation. And when you work with this, I mean, Heidi, you can speak to what comes online when you are aligned within your vibration, whether it's source, God, Christ, love, the highest vibrations, then your thoughts, your words, and your actions are in alignment with that high frequency. And now in action, say it to create it, we're manifesting. I'm like, oh, how is she so lucky? She always gets, it's like, that's alignment.
Yeah.
That's alignment. That's in the flow. And it's
yeah, Heidi's always so lucky. She like always remembers her passport, and she like always remembers her license. And Heidi never forgets her airport luggage at the airport. She's so lucky. She's so in alignment.
It's a practice, because like that little dial, that frequency, sometimes it shifts throughout the day. And if we're not paying attention, the world is so great at distracting us that we're listening to a static radio station and we're like, I don't even know how it got there. And so we just use this this attunement to come back into center. And I don't know if I can skip or I can pull your messages down, but somebody up a little bit. I heard like they said they hadn't cried in like 6 months, right?
I have a pull that. I are both. Yeah. Yep.
And like, I just, and Heidi talked about crying, and it's not the kind of cry where you're like, something's wrong with me, or I feel so broken. There's no need to like get under it and like label it and to judge it right or wrong, or because of this, like get out of that process. And we know that energy in motion is emotion. So if we have a feeling and we connect to the energy in the highest frequency, which is not a judgment, not a fear, not a shame,
okay, just to make this high frequency bullshit, whatever, I know what she means, but it's bullshit. Anyways, Camellia, who everyone who's here should follow her channel, and also our Cringefluencers channel, which I've promoted a couple times during the stream. But she has a great quote, and I think it's from her. I don't know if she took it from somewhere, Rachel Hollis style, and I'm gonna, misquote her. But when we were talking one day, she's like, "We're people. We're not vibrators. We don't have vibrations at different frequencies." And I think that's so perfect. Like these people talk about all this stuff, like, oh, as if this is science. Like we're vibrating all the time, and like to a point, yes, like. Neurons and electrons and all that, but that's not what they mean. They mean like high vibe, baby, high vibe, and like low vibe, like you're boring. You're just like low vibration. Like someone like me, I would imagine they would say as low vibe. But like what Camellia said, we're not vibrators. We're human beings. Okay, choose sadness. Peace. All right.
Allowing it just to be as it is in this present moment. Now we can alchemize it. We can move it through the body using breath, using movement, right? Activating our agency, our power to choose.
Yeah, I caught that.
I don't know what that meant.
And I second everything you say. And I felt that. Becky had said, I did just that. But the deep breathing and the movement made me burst into tears. I haven't cried in over 6 months. Why did this happen? So Becky, I can relate. And this is a thing. Remember the first handful of times you and I were doing these one-on-one calls, I couldn't so much as deep breathe for even a minute and go in without crying. And I think part of it too, for me was, again, it's the idea that I spend so little time connecting with my heart and my soul. And I spend so much time out there trying to fix and be what I think they need me to be, right? What I think, if they see me being this, then I'll be enough, because at the end of the day, all we want is to feel enough and to feel loved and to sit there. And all we were doing was breathing, right? Breathing. And you were giving guidance and meditation on me connecting with me and right. That I'm enough, right? And there's even breaths that are like, Dave, you are enough, right? Everything you need is within you, kind of a thing. And those things and those reminders are like so powerful to me. And the acknowledgement that I give myself in that moment with the breathing.
How much is left of this?
It's hard for me not to cry. It's really awesome.
Do you think that we've been wired or trained, programmed to be affirmed by others in their response to our actions, and the idea of stopping to be with ourselves separate from any kind of reaction is hard if that's the way that we've been trained, or is that crazy? Because like if I disrupt what has been kind of the steady noise that just is in being in this world of the work or whatever, and be with myself, that is jarring only because it is something that ends up being uncomfortable because of how comfortable we have been made to become in performing for or working for or hustling for worth or enough.
I think too,
I have
and you
no
might
idea
have
what that
something.
meant.
I actually think it's scary. So when I am told, and you tell me, Danielle, and I need it every day, it's so crazy. I need to be reminded every time we have a call, it's in the midst of something happening, and your reminder that I'm enough and I'm powerful alone, right? As I am.
That's a red flag. They have calls daily. They have a daily call, she said. She goes, every time you call me, I am in the middle of a crisis. It's like, okay, that's a sign. That's a sign from the universe, Heidi. Rachel has something to say. Rachel would say, girl, that's a sign from
my guardian angels, my spirit guides.
Like how I set that up? Okay, continue.
Is like a scary and amazing, like, okay, she's right? But it's me facing again that responsibility is on me, right? So now does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
To have the responsibility.
Yeah.
Anyway, Danielle, were you going to say something?
Yeah. Dave, again, nailed it with the thought of disrupting the pattern. So what happens?
I think Danielle is feeling the vibes. She's feeling Dave's love vibes. I feel like she's like, Dave just nailed it. Dave just nailed me. Dave just nailed it. Okay, sorry. I'm being a little bit fishy, sis, but it's pretty funny. Okay, bye.
In the day, because we are so busy doing and the world is so exhausting, that frequency, especially for teens, like they can't even calibrate it. When I work with teens after school, they're like hooked up to nuclear power plants of energy. It's like, and like they don't even know it. That's normal to them.
What?
This cadence we pick up. And then so we're in fight or flight. And I can break it down. Like this is science, but as far as like feeling it, your heart is racing and we're breathing with the capacity of this much of our body. And our shoulders are tight. And so everything is contracted and we have locks within our bodies that feel a certain way and are suppressing emotion. And our body keeps a score. It's a beautiful book. And this intelligence, this information, because not process the question. Trauma process. Just
the Wi-Fi.
So we get
universal Wi-Fi does not want this message to get out. Okay, this is the dark side trying to shut them down because there's a lot of picking up Heidi's wind over there in Arizona.
Curious about it. We use breath and movement. Now we're opening up our body and we're feeling the capacity, which is a remembrance of who we are, which is eternal and divine. Our divine nature, this remembrance comes online. And like Heidi said, it's beautiful to have somebody support us and remind it. But what she's unlocking in this practice every day is her own remembrance of who she truly is. The magnificent, the power, the gifts, the vision, the grace, the beauty. And it takes time to practice that remembrance because we're in practice of us unconscious remembrance all the time by what the world tells us.
What are we saying here, people? What are we saying? Let's not do this on live. If we're going to say these things that make no sense, let's workshop them, get them to a smaller word count and then make it a little bit make sense because I am lost. Completely lost with this one. Andy, thank you. Will this get me something obscene? Well, let's see. Andy, we will see if it does.
I will actually do something obscene for you.
There you go. You got your answer. Thank you so much. I do see, however, it is Canadian dollars, and I have to say something about that.
18 stinking dollars.
Stinking dollars is the only currency accepted on this channel. But thank you, and you can try again later. No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, hopefully this is wrapping soon because this is literal nonsense. And these are just words that she's heard in different books, various books, and is now putting them together in sentences in which they have lost their entire meaning.
We are.
Yeah.
And so, and more important to take time to pause, to connect and remember that our energy is sacred. It's actually sacred. And what would it look like to move through your life as a ceremony? If you could remember that
I love that.
right? Just
if you could remember that bird sound. I do remember that. Thank you, Danielle. I do remember that bird sound wind. Ah, made me feel better.
driving like, oh my God, look at that tree. Look at that beautiful old person who's crossing the road, and I'm not annoyed. I'm like, they're beautiful in their simple steps, slow steps. They're beautiful in their expression.
Ageist. Don't say that old people walk slowly. How dare you? The elderly walk fast, okay?
I get to pick up my kid from school. I have a beautiful car, and I get to make this trip for the 4th time today because I have children.
Yeah,
that's
not
good.
Things just with a different, encoded energy or connection.
Oh, I love that.
So
I love it. This is what
so good.
I look forward to every single day.
Heidi should manifest the wind blowing the right direction for her. My God. Or get a hair tie, like Dave said. Manifest the hair tie.
Every single day I get to connect with you. And I love, one of the reasons I decided to do this was, number one, I mean, I completely believe, obviously, in always growing and finding things that I could better inside of who I am. And one of them is focusing on my mental health, emotional, spiritual health, right? Mm-hmm. And again, you and I have worked together in different ways over the years and been friends, and know you have been inside of our community. So that Get Fit community, you had popped in, the people, and I see so many of them right here. They love, from the moment you set foot in there, they just loved you. And you were going to be at Show Up with me, which I mean, you and having you there was such a blessing for them and also for me, and being able to be and keep me centered. Oh, thank you. But yeah, I remember I had called you. I said, hey, up to Show Up, what would it look like if I could work with you every single day? And I can hold, that would be my new power promise, right? My power promise is to connect.
I do want to know how much she charges. It was very difficult to find it on her website. Her website's a little bit just call me for prices type website, so I couldn't see. But I wonder how much. I hope she's charging, Heidi.
With myself for 5 to 10 minutes every day. And so you and I started this thing, which was amazing. And every single session I have with you is the thing that I want to share. And I'm so great. Again, all these people that know, because you guys have been inside of the Get Fit community, I'm so excited for you to come back and to do something inside of there too. And obviously, inside of here. There's so many more things we're going to be doing together. I saw someone say retreat. Yeah, we're going to be doing stuff like that, because and Mona, I saw you say being in her presence, even virtually, is magic. And it is so powerful. Then when you see her in person and you don't even see, you feel. It's the most amazing thing. And it's you said the reminder every day. It's a reminder just to be, and what were you going to say?
Well, I had become a believer because of how many times you were storytelling the power of your 5, 10, whatever it was, minute breathing, meditation, your frequency with this human. But that first day of Show Up, we got into a small room where someone was doing your makeup, and
I was crying.
Well, the invitation for you to step into all of the glory of who you've been created to be was overwhelming. I mean, it was overwhelming. And the way that some of the negative voices or some of your doubt or whatever it was kind of creeping in was now producing not even just tears. I mean, it was overwhelming. It was a lot. And
Jeez, he's really outing her, man. I think he's pulling this thing, and I'm not saying all men. I never will say that, because, everybody's different. Female, God, stop saying female, Kayla. Okay, sorry. Women and men. God, I'm so sorry, everybody. Women and men, not all, when I say there's, something going on, that I mean it for all men or all women. But in this case, men sometimes tend to try to pick a fight with their girlfriend or wife or whatever, and this is my opinion once again, so that the woman gets mad and breaks up with them so that they don't have to feel like the bad guy, right? I feel like I've been in that situation a couple times when I was younger, where everything was fine, and all of a sudden they kind of seem distant, and then all of a sudden we're fighting because they're saying things meanly, and they've never done that before. And I'm like, what the heck's going on? They're like, oh, see, we're fighting. We should break up. It's like, wait, why don't you just break up with me? Why do I have to break up with you? I mean, I guess it's nice to not get dumped, but also, just step up and break up with me the right way. And it seems like Dave's doing that. Like, he's pointing out all these things to her, not blatantly necessarily. Well, I'm going to show the stories in a little bit about how he sort of does blatantly say it, but he's like, no, it was a lot. Like, you were like crying in the room right before the Show Up Summit. It was pretty bad. Like, he's kind of, I think, trying to get on her nerves a little bit, maybe, or at least be honest. I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to be honest for once. Who knows? I don't like to give him too much credit. Can't give Davy Jones too much credit or his head will explode.
Danielle walked over and able to, within like 30 seconds, introduce an exercise that fundamentally changed the energy and took what was, anxiety and turned it into excitement, or took, whatever it was. It just it flipped a switch. And I was just like, yo, I need Danielle in my life too.
Let's go.
Just man, it's just it's such a blessing, and it's also just, I think, a great reminder of how much power we have with breathing or intentional pausing or whatever it is.
How much power we have here in general.
Yeah, just to reset.
You need
we can
someone
do
to
that.
activate it.
Yeah.
You had said at one point, you said, you activate, and you do. Like, that's what you do, right? Like, I feel like it's one thing to have the power and to know it's there, but it's another to know how to activate it. And the only way anybody can activate power is by tapping into themselves, right? And that is that's what you've helped me do. So anyway, I don't know how often we're going to do this, but I know this is a thing I want to do. We'll come here occasionally. I know you're going to be inside of the challenge, which I'm excited about. Do you have any, sorry, this hair is crazy.
I think it's a Beyonce moment. I feel like you should be working it. Yeah.
Yeah, Heidi should be appreciating that her hair is blowing because she has hair that's blowing. So therefore, she should be grateful. She's got wind and hair. Double peace. Double gratefulness.
Oh my gosh. Is there anything else you want to add, Danielle?
Let's see. I do. I want to share this. When we feel overwhelmed, because it happens to us throughout the day often, and the more in tuned we are to it, the more we have an opportunity to speak to it. And understanding that it's just information. It doesn't have to be good or bad or right or wrong. It's just information.
Dave is so engaged all of a sudden.
Permission to be curious, to explore.
He's perked up.
Again, Dave said it, the two sides of the same coin. One can feel like fear, and the other is excitement. So when you find yourself in this fight or flight, your heart beating, take a deep breath in. Count to 3. Take a deep breath out. Count to 3. And then move to 4 and 5. And what you're doing is expanding the capacity of you.
I love that.
That frequency, that space, that intimacy.
So what she said is, when there's moments that happen in your life, which is every day a moment, breathe 1, 2, 3, and then breathe out. So something you're doing naturally without thinking about it, just do that. Then you will be expanding. I don't get it.
Into me, see. Remember who you truly are. You are loved.
Oh, she does it too. Can no one get an original hand sign, please? Love you. Is it this one? Love you, rooting for you. They all do it. I don't get it.
Thank you. I love you too. Thank you.
You got it. And I'm excited to be in the community for the Get Fit Challenge. Let's go. All the bodies, right? All the bodies.
Yes, of course. We'll see you in there.
Hey, love you guys.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Should I hang up now? How do I do this?
It's
Yes.
dealer's choice.
I mean,
You're,
what do you want to do?
Hang up
truly,
now, please.
It's up to
We're still
you.
here.
By the way, doing breathing exercises in my backyard
It's
actually
beautiful.
works.
I know.
I am here for it.
Yeah, it's
He
really
is
nice.
here for a lot. Okay, this is your backyard, Dave. This is your backyard. Excuse me, sir. This is your patio of peace. Patio of peace. Okay, Dave? God, this is the infamous patio of peace where the pancakes were not purchased or participated in.
All right, guys, we're gonna get going a lot now. That was truly like that little pause is what I look forward to every day in the midst of my chaos. And almost every single day, I'm like, I don't even think I have time. I don't have time for a pause. And then what happens is I take a pause, I do my breathing, whether it's with Danielle or without, even on my own. And somehow it ends up creating space and time that I didn't previously have, because it allows me to reprioritize. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And figure out what is most important and what can go and what I'm making a big deal that's not really a big deal. Anyway, at the same time, no. So actually, go in the challenge. Actually, you're in the challenge. So we're going to, obviously, we'll have Danielle in the challenge. I saw a couple of people saying that they didn't know how to join. It's HeidiPowell.net/get-fit. I'll post it in this description here. But I have Danielle and a handful of other people inside with those workouts and all of the things. I'm super excited about it. It's coming up so soon. Heather, hi Heather. I love seeing familiar faces here. All right, guys, we're gonna get back. What's for dinner? They want to know.
I think we're gonna go see a movie where they make dinner for you.
Are we?
Are we?
I don't know. I mean, we've got to get some more videos shot. Listen, this
We're gonna
isn't
shoot
me.
videos, and I'm gonna go pick up
Thank
dinner.
you. Yep. Marissa just said HeidiPowell.net/get-fit. Okay, I'll put it on here right now.
Okay, I think that's done. All right, well, that was exciting. That was a sight to be seen. Let's watch some stories now. That was a live. She's done like 3 lives, and I guess this makes sense because she's trying to get people to sign up to show up for her not show up summit, her Get Fit. There's so many key words to remember these days. It's overwhelming. Okay. This is the emotionally stable line of stories. So let's watch that one. I didn't do a good job of organizing this in advance because I was rock climbing today. Yeah. Maybe I'll show my rock climbing video. If y'all stick around to the end, you can see me climb some rocks. I did a lot of deep breathing exercise as well as climbing rocks today. A bunch of ins and outs. It was very difficult. Okay, let's go back. Okay, here we go. Okay.
My seatbelt's on the right way.
And, sorry, I'll move this so you can read it. As you heard, she just started it, and she said, I gotta make sure my seatbelt's on the right way, which I wonder if they watch these lives. I really do, because that was one of the comments. I said, oh, okay, she's got her seatbelt on correctly. I won't criticize her for that. Seems like she's got her seatbelt on, because people had said, like, oh, her seatbelt's off. But maybe people also DM her constantly and say, like, your seatbelt's not on the right way. That could be a possibility, too. Okay.
Happy Saturday.
Oh, happy Saturday.
Started our day off right with a workout because I realized yesterday that when I do not work out, I am not
Emotionally stable?
Okay, sorry, I was lowering the sound in my ear. So she said, okay, so yesterday, so I have those videos too. I'll have to send them. I don't know. I'll have to find them in my folder. But basically she was like crying. So today she feels better because she got a workout in. That was the difference. But I thought she was shooting workout videos, so I guess that doesn't count as a workout. So Dave finished the fill in the blank for her there with the you're emotionally unstable.
When I do not work out, I am not
Emotionally stable? That wasn't nice. No.
I'm not a happy person.
You can't use that.
Yeah,
No, you
because
can't.
it's right. It's real. It's true. He's right. When I don't work out, I am not emotionally stable.
Okay, so I guess he was trying to say, like, don't post that. Don't use that. And she's like, I'm going to post it because, why not, I guess. It's content. Okay, so then the text says, you honestly should have seen me attempting to handle stress yesterday. It was a pathetic attempt, at least to try, without a workout. Yikes. It's a little rough on yourself, Miss self-love conference holder creator. That's a little bit rough. What happened to being a butterfly and being graceful and accepting of yourself? Maybe that was Rachel's advice. Now I'm getting them twisted. They're all the same. I don't know. Yikes.
Bless your heart.
The nail on the
I hate when he says that or anybody says that. Oh, bless your heart, kiddo. Shut up. I hate that. It's very patronizing to me personally. And I can't speak for her, how she feels about it or other people's feelings. But to me, if someone were to say that to me, I'd be like, shut up. Who do you think you are? Oh, bless your heart. Blah. You know, that would be my response.
Bless your heart.
The nail on the head. Here's the thing, though. For anyone that's like, that was mean of him. You should have seen me yesterday.
It's mean of him either way. Like, I'm going to put myself over here. It's mean of him either way.
Okay? Okay? Like, the fact that...
Okay, and this says, and this guy has water, air. Huh? Wait. And this guy was water, air. I don't know what that means. All, I guess, things that she needs to live. I don't know. All things calming. Acted like I wasn't crazy or anything when I knew better. I don't understand.
He was so kind and loving when I could not put words together. That's how it was. So I decided yesterday.
You're passionate.
I decided yesterday I cannot
Dave, you're driving a car.
start a day.
Oh, he stopped. Okay, I'll forgive him. But he later on then starts driving again, I believe.
Cannot start a day without a workout because my workout changed everything.
Okay, got cut off again. She seems to do that very often.
Oh.
So a workout happened today and I feel great.
All right. He was funny. He made a joke.
Jokes are funny.
All this to say, I decided we're starting every day with a workout, so I started with a workout today. I feel great.
Okay, it says, we've got a big day ahead of us, finishing up the last pieces of filming before the Get Fit Challenge pre-week party next week. Have you signed up yet?
We have a lot to do. We still have shooting to do, filming to do. We have Starbucks to get. I mean, the fact that we went to the gym without Starbucks.
Do you think they're still open or waiting for us? Maybe they closed down when we didn't show up on time.
I don't know. I don't know.
Interrupt. Okay, now we've jumped in time to the Starbucks. I'm sure people in this Starbucks love watching this interaction in real time.
By Starbucks, we made it.
We made it.
It's very busy today.
It is.
I was saying in 1 hour. What time is it right now? Is it?
It's 12:11.
In 49 minutes, I'm going to be going live with Raylyn. There were a lot of questions you guys had about her journey. She's going to be answering those questions. She's also going to be talking about her experience in the challenge, which I'm super excited. Challenges, plural. Dave?
Yeah.
Anything else?
I love Raylyn. It will be a great conversation, I promise.
Have you joined the challenge yet? Are you going to get fit with us?
Get fit though.
Get fit with us? I don't think Dave's a part of this challenge. I have not seen it being promised that Dave is a part of this in any way at all. But okay. And it says this is a link to her live, so we can maybe see what's that. Okay, wait. But let's get back to that. Let's finish the stories, and then we'll go back maybe to this live because I haven't seen this one either.
Hey, you guys, happy Saturday.
Okay. This is to piggyback off of the passport saga. I think it's very reminiscent of that. Same energy. It's giving me expired passport energy. Okay. So it says, another flight snafu? Are you kidding me? The universe is sending you signs, girlfriend. Signs all over.
Racing to the airport. Do you want to hear what just happened?
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to hear what just happened? I'm going to be fast. Last night, late at night, I booked a flight home because I, was figuring out, okay, I'm going to be done shooting. I have this many more videos by this time. There's literally only a flight.
Okay. So she's talking about how she planned this out. She really thought this out, even though in the other live she said, I decided last minute that I needed a camera. I needed to borrow Dave's camera because I was supposed to, just film this all at my house, but people keep coming into the house and bothering me. So she had to find someone in the vicinity of America with a camera. So she flew to Austin, Texas from Arizona to borrow Dave's camera for no other reason, I'm sure. Okay. Then on this, so she's explaining this, but in this caption it says, not the passport this time. Nope, all good there. But of note, I have lost my license since the passport issue, which was like a week ago. I have since lost my license since the passport issue, but that's not what I'm here to say. What is going on, Heidi? These things need to be talked to with a professional, okay? This is not normal behavior. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with going to see 1,000%. I've talked about this for myself. I've gone to psychiatrists. I go to therapy twice a week. I go very often, twice a week. Cleans my toilets. Okay, sorry. That's my Rachel Hollis brain showing up. But, I'm all about it. There's no shame at all in taking medication. I've taken medication for years and years and years. It's helped me so much. So if you have an issue, go take care of it. You don't have to live this way. At least go see if there's something that can be done for you. It's chaotic. Okay.
2:30 and a flight at 6:30. I'm like, I'm not going to be done by 2:30. I'll get the 6:30. Got the 6:30 flight, put it in the calendar, all of the things. I shoot my butt off today. Literally, I got a ton shot. We got a lot done.
It was amazing.
Okay, she got a lot done. And it says, nope, bought my flight last night, all good. Get a ton done today, race to get ready, get in the car, decide, hey, I'll check in right now. Get one step ahead of myself for once.
Lot done today.
Yes.
Literally race inside, shower very quickly because I'm sweaty because I'm in Texas and it's really humid here.
Didn't shower.
And get in the car, and I think, like with the passport, I'm going to check in. I never check in.
She does say that she never checks in, which I don't understand what the point of that is, but okay. I never check in, only on days where I have flight issues. Apparently, I think she checked in today so that she could be like, Dave, we don't even have to drive. I fricked it up. I didn't buy it. Oopsies. Guess I can stay here and hang with you. Boo. Boo thing. Oh, she doesn't call him boo thing. That's a Rachel thing. But yeah, like she checked in so she could have this story to say like, oopsies. Like she didn't have to go through the dramatics of getting to the airport, finding out she didn't have the flight because she didn't book it. Probably on purpose. That's my opinion. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's what seems likely.
Check in. I go to check in. I'm like, where's my flight?
Nope.
Where's my flight? I looked at the screenshot because they screenshotted it. I never actually purchased the flight last night.
For as many flights as she's been on in a year that I've followed her, you would know what the confirmation looks like. Okay?
It's not long till my flight takes off, so I quickly try to purchase the flight. It says you have to book at the airport, and this is literally one of the last flights from Austin to Phoenix for the day. So I call the airline, and the woman was so nice and so.
God, she's so mean. I mean, she's not saying she's slow like that, but I'm surprised she didn't call this woman sweet. This sweet woman. Anyone with a job that's not influencer is sweet. And everyone that's not sweet, that, serves them coffee or takes their phone calls to switch airlines around is a hater troll. That doesn't do that nicely.
The airline, and the woman was so nice and so slow. And I was like, we're going to miss the cutoff. We are going to miss the cutoff. I was very patient, very kind, and very thankful, and all of the things, but
doesn't sound like it.
I made it. I mean, I think.
And that's also your mistake, Heidi. You are the one who made the mistake. Don't blame the woman on the phone trying to take care of your problems too slowly for you.
I gotta make it to the airport. I gotta make it on the flight. But so far, I have. Are you ready?
Okay, and then it got cut off, as it usually does. And now here we have Heidi's workouts. Heidi doesn't work out any other body part but her glutes. In case you didn't know. In case you're new around here, this is Heidi's only body part, not body parts, what do you call it? Muscle groups? Body areas is glutes. She's a glutes girl. You'll see that if you watch her stories for 5 seconds. Here it is. These are wonderful angles that really teach you how to work your glutes perfectly. We can watch that too if you'd like, I guess. It's literally quite graphic as well. Okay, here's Heidi. I have a separate one, I think, for this too, because she continued it. But basically, I just think it's funny. This one, she got to the airport. She's literally like, if I was to see this woman in the airport, she's like hovering over like a chair, like a bench, upside down. Like her glutes are probably in full view for the entire airport to see, which is fine. Do your thing, but just something I find funny. Okay. Oh, oops. Gotta put the sound back on. Let's see. Don't want to get copyrighted for this one. Okay.
I'm waiting here at the airport. My sweatshirt on. Dave thinks I'm crazy. How cool is it to be at the airport without a mask now?
Okay, she's like, how cool is it? It's a little lower volume. How cool is it that you get to be at the airport without a mask on? Not that cool to me. I'm gonna wear my mask. Sorry. I don't want to be at the airport. I don't want anything. I don't want a cold. I don't want the flu. I don't want your sneezes in my vicinity. So I am never gonna wear it. Thanks. I'm always gonna wear my mask. I'm gonna pretend this new rule did not get put in place and continue to wear it so that also I can stay quietly listening to my audiobooks.
I love it.
She loves it though.
While I was waiting, I actually was just getting some.
Okay, and so then it got cut off, and then she sold some more stuff, which is par for the course. Okay, so those were the stories. These stories. Okay. I did this a little out of order. I'm sorry, everybody. Of course, now I find the right one that I was looking for previously, but that was actually this is juicy, but that was the most juicy, that he called her emotionally unstable, in my humble opinion. This is this was the emotional instability that he was referring to. This part that I'm just pulling up now. Okay. So this is where she explains again that why she went to Austin and all about the camera concerns. And I have a couple as a videographer who uses a Sony camera, like Dave now has, I guess, purchased. He purchased some good stuff, so he's got some cashola, baby. He's got that money. He's got that cash. He's got that.
I am all about getting a free ride.
He's not only buying a boat, he's gonna buy he's bought good camera gear.
I will slowly buy you a boat.
So he's got the Daddy Warbucks money. Anyways, we'll talk about that because there's a fun. Oh, that was not what I meant to say. There's a funny moment where he's shooting video of her, and it's like the camera's like there's like 12 different issues because I can see the camera screen with it. So I'll just be I'm such a video nerd. I'm just a video nerd. I'm just gonna nerd out for a second and give you my POV on that. Okay. Anyway, shut up, Kayla. All right, here we go. Okay, this is me going through all of her stuff so I can get it to the point where I need it. Okay, so this is where it starts. This is from Saturday, I believe. Oh, let me move this. Sorry. You can't see it. Okay, so she's with Dave at this point. They're in the presence of each other, right? She's in Austin. She posts this meme, or whatever this is. I don't know if they're called memes anymore. This post, and says, a modern woman doesn't need a man for money or resources. What she wants, is his full embodied presence. She needs to know he's actually here, that he sees and feels her deeply, okay, and won't run away, even into his own brain, when challenged by her. And then she wrote, I heart this. Very non-subliminal messaging here. This is very liminal messaging. Very in-your-face aggressive, I think. We get the point. You're mad at Dave. Dave is leaving you, maybe, and maybe that was not her choice. Okay. Wait, is this the one? Yeah, I guess. Whatever.
I'm still in Texas. Still here. I've had some morning meetings today, and then I am shooting. Why am I here shooting? Because I have my door in Arizona. It's a revolving door. My house is a place where everybody comes.
This is such a BS excuse. Sorry. Come on. Again, put down a boundary. She has like a huge house. There's nowhere else. You film stuff all the time at your house. Now all of a sudden, it's inhabitable. This house is not large enough. It's too loud. The people come in. It says, had to escape the chaos of my everyday life to meet the deadlines for our next challenge. I guess her team could be our. But it seems just, come on. No one's buying this.
And goes, and the idea that I was going to be able to shoot all of the content that I need for this upcoming challenge before it starts. I'm still in Texas. Still here. I've had some morning meetings today, and then I am shooting. Why am I here shooting? Because I have my door in Arizona. It's a revolving door. My house is a place where everybody comes and goes. And the idea that I was going to be able to shoot all of the content that I need for this upcoming challenge before it starts was crazy. So I'm here where there are literally no people except for one who understands how to run a camera, Dave. And I'm so appreciative.
No, he doesn't understand how to run a camera very well. And I'll tell you why. Not that anyone thought that he could. He's used a phone very much like Heidi has used a phone to create all of his content, unless he hires someone like me to come in and shoot it for him. So bullshit. I think he bought this camera like recently. He might be learning, but he doesn't know how to do it from what I understand. Okay, so then she's praising Dave. So grateful for Dave's willingness to help me get all this done. Sometimes I feel like a crazy person putting so much into these challenges I do. Again, here we go. This is what she did before Show Up Summit. I might spend too much. I care too much about this challenge. It's like you're getting $4,000 per person for some of these people who are coming, and $200 for the people who are doing the lowest level. It's fraud if you don't put in effort. I'm sorry. You need to put in effort, Heidi. These people are paying you money. You owe them what you're promising them. I don't get this. Like, oh, I try too hard. I do too much. It's like, no, you don't. There's never too much when you're getting, it's a fair trade. Money for services. You need to provide the services. I don't understand this mentality.
For his help. Like, this is a lifesaver. But inside of the challenge, this is a thing I'm eating, sleeping, and breathing because I know how powerful it is. I know how wonderful the results were for the first two challenges, both, physically.
Okay, it says, but the reality is that these challenges are so damn powerful. Physically, yes, but mostly, so not even okay, I think it should say physically, yes, but also, hold on. Physically, yes, but also emotionally and spiritually. Not mostly. Mostly means, okay, the physical part, that should be the main part. It's a freaking booty glute challenge, do workouts every day. That's physical work. She's really trying to hype it up as like, this is more than that. Yeah, it's maybe more than that, but it's not mostly that. I hope. That's concerning.
Also the results people have in their heart, right? Like the amount of self-love and acceptance and enoughness that they feel as a result of being a part of it. I don't know where I left off. He came in and I started crying.
You're doing so well. You have so much passion for this thing. Let that passion runneth over and let's go. 10 days to go.
I'm so uncomfortable. This is so uncomfortable. This whole scene, like her okay, just imagine, I don't have my phone. Yes, I do. Imagine this is, because you can't see this part, obviously, because you're like looking at the story. So you forget, I think, sometimes, but I mean myself, we forget that in order to do this, to create the shot, you have to do this. Like, she could have easily put the phone down, cried, moved on, had this conversation off Instagram. But that's why I feel like it's performative, because why are you hitting record? Why are you adding text on top? Why are you looking at this and going, yeah, this is high quality content I want my potential customers to see? I don't get it. And you hear Dave in the background. I guess it's to show like Dave is supportive of her, but like it honestly seems like one of those motivations, like, come on, like, stop this, please. You're fine. Let's go. I need to get my laundry done. Like, that's how it's coming across to me. Not that he actually cares. Like, you're really taking up my time now. You can do this. Stop thinking this of yourself. That's how I'm reading it. Let me know if you disagree. It says the load leading up to these launches is a thing that's hard to explain with words. I think only tears can speak adequately. I don't understand. It's pretty cut and dry. You've done it twice already now. It's 60 workouts, and you have a team to help you. I don't understand what the big process is, what the big issue is. I don't get it.
I think I just need to get it launched.
I know.
But I'm so passionate. I know what I'm doing, what we're all doing is a thing that makes such a difference. Why am I crying?
I do feel bad for her. Like, I hope that, I know I'm being like, judging her, and I have judged her a lot, and and sometimes I go, should I not do this? This is like someone obviously struggling, but at the same time, this is someone who is also charging $4,000 and people are paying for it to go meet her and to learn her wisdom, because she's hard selling. Like, this is going to change your life if you come to this. If you join this, your heart's going to change. Your whole life's going to change. Like, she's really pushing this. So I just think it's important to point this out. Like, look at the facts here. Look at how she's presenting herself, and then look at how she's presenting this event. How can those two things be the same? Two things can be opposite and true at the same time, but I'm finding it harder and harder to believe, because she is the one that's like people are coming for, to meet and to learn from. And this is the state that she's in. Maybe physically, the people can learn workouts without having the emotional component, but she's the one saying it's mostly mental and emotional. Anyways, it says, anyway, I came on here to tell you, prepare. I thought it said preparity. I can't read. Pre-party starts Monday.
Because you care.
Anyway, I came on here to let you guys know that pre-party where I'm going to be crying the whole time. No, I'm not. Okay, tears are, I put them away.
Okay, so it's time to put the tears away now. This 60-day Get Fit challenge is unreal, and I know it. And it's hard not to get emotional, because leading into it, wait, what? Okay, sorry, I can't read. This 60-day Get Fit challenge is unreal, and I know it. And it's hard not to get emotional leading into it. Okay, I was wrong. It doesn't make sense. All right, anyways, because I know how powerful it's going to be.
I really am only crying because there's been so much effort and energy into this, and I know how powerful and amazing it is, you guys. It's 60 days of workouts it's 4 different programs. I have so many wonderful people in there. This community is the best thing you have ever been a part of in your life. I know a lot of you already know, because a lot of you.
That's a hard sell. This is the best thing. This online workout is the best thing you've ever done in your life. And now it's like, I put too much effort into this. That's a big promise to people.
Are already in there, and I'm so excited for this next round. I'm excited for the new things that are there. I'm excited to bring back the things that worked. I'm excited to keep
so much goodness, so much education, so much success, you guys.
Educating you. I'm excited to keep giving you all of the things that are making such a huge difference in so many lives. Like a lot of, I think we took the average of the weight lost over the course.
Okay, the average weight loss in this challenge is 7 pounds in 60 days. Is that good? I guess it depends on how much you weigh currently. If you weigh 100 pounds and you lose 7 pounds in 60 days, that's concerning. But if you're, 300 pounds or more, 7 pounds in 60 days, you could probably lose more, I would imagine. But who knows? I don't know. Is this good? Let me know. Any fitness people here? Any physical fitness experts in the chat? To words of wisdom us, please. Okay. Yeah. So
of the challenges, the average person loses 7 pounds in 60 days. That's average. That's considering the people that don't lose anything, and it's pretty awesome, pretty stinking insane. I'm going to put a link here. Come join.
Okay, it cuts off. This is the next. Okay, let's see Dave. If we ever felt bad for Dave for half a second, like, oh, he's probably broke. Oh, Dave, he probably doesn't have any money. This is on the property, like a separate unit on the property that she's about to reveal. I mean, she's already revealed it before, but just to keep this is his property. This is the where they live. It's like he has a whole warehouse, an industrial style warehouse on his, like in Austin or near Austin, Dripping Springs. There's not cheap real estate out there. This is huge. This guy's loaded, man. We're all dummies. We're the dummies here. Dave can do whatever he wants for the rest of his life. He's fine, it seems like. Oh, thank you very much, Natasha. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You are, let me think of something that Dave wants to tell you. Dave wants to tell you this, Natasha. He wants to say this.
I'm sorry that you don't have a job.
This is so low. Okay, sorry. Dave says this.
Unfollow me.
And he also says this.
I love you.
And he also sings this.
Why do you follow me if you don't already own my book?
That's specifically for you, Natasha. Thank you very much. And Dave, just will remind you one more time.
Unfollow me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm seeing some people say 1 to 2 pounds is considered healthy. Okay. 7 pounds doesn't seem like a lot. Yeah, I don't know. 1 to 2 pounds a week, right? 1 to 2 pounds a week. So what's that? 8 weeks. So that's about average. So any workout plan that works is about average. So hers is about average. Okay, that's good. I guess it's about right. So you're not losing crazy weight, which I don't think you should, but you're losing about average. Cool. It's the emotional component that's going to change your life, though. Okay, so just to recap, this is Dave's property. He's got a go-kart track on this land. So we're all dumb. Well, I shouldn't say we all. I'm dumb. Are you ready? Oh, okay. Let's take this down. And this is Dave's gym. Okay? It's been a hot minute since I've been in this gym. There's Dave setting up the camera. He looks like me. This is what I look like when I'm on a shoot. I am Dave. Dave is me. He got pretty good stuff. He's got a light. Okay, that's good. He's got a monitor. That's good. Got a tripod and a camera. Good camera, like I said. He just looks funny. I don't think he foresaw this when he was at Rise conference and Rachel was making bank millions of dollars and he was the mayor of Rise and he was just getting, she was going to fly first class from now on. They had people to do this stuff. They had they had 60 employees at Hollis company that did this type of stuff. Now look how far the mighty have fallen, He's doing it himself. He's got to have to monitor himself. My God. Okay, back to the music or the talking. It says, it's serious when a ladder is brought in while we were preparing to shoot.
While we are preparing to shoot, getting all set up over there in the corner, he's bringing a ladder in.
Oh, the ladder's been called in.
Well, you can see the go-kart. That's the go-kart. That's the go-kart for the go-kart track that he bought the kids during the divorce or right before or right after the divorce. He built this track because Heidi revealed that in one of the Ford for Thought videos. She's like, I saw when your dad made the track, and he's like, how did you know that? You didn't know him then. And she was like, I don't know. So I saw it at some point. I don't know. We're just friends, I think. Yeah, okay, you got caught. Anyways, side note.
Bringing a ladder in.
Oh, the ladder's been called in.
Things are getting serious. But I wanted to show you one of our amazing transformations. I had people asking to see some of them. So this girl, Raylyn, I'm going to show you Raylyn. She actually, this before and after is just from the last transformation. So
I really got I've been someone who's taken before and afters before, and I'm posting them on my Instagram and stuff. Not on my Kia's World, but on my private, old Instagram back in the day. And I don't know how I feel about them anymore. I feel like I feel weird about it now, just given how kind of the climate has changed with body positivity and stuff. It feels just odd to show yourself before, it's supposed to look bad, it's supposed to be bad. This is the bad picture. This is how you look when you're before you've changed to be better. And this is beautiful. And it's I don't know. It just seems wrong now somehow. And especially when it's you're in your bikini or your sports bra and your shorts and I don't know. The whole thing makes me feel weird now. We can see. And especially when it's 7 pounds, it's hard to tell the difference. 7 pounds, if it's a drastic transformation, maybe. But I think we're kind of past the days where Biggest Loser style, where you're stepping on the stage on the giant scale that they have, where it's and they're wearing no clothes, or they're showing, tight spandex shorts and a sports bra, just so that the world can see where all the fat is. It just seems a little bit outdated, but here we go.
She lost 17 pounds over the course of 2 months. 17 pounds.
Okay, so she lost 17 pounds, which is great. That's awesome. That's a lot. Great. Good for you. That's, that was your goal and you accomplished it. Wonderful. But she says, you'll see a great physical transformation, but inside, so amazing and beautiful.
She's amazing. And again, physiologically, physically, she had a great transformation. But I'm going to do the second slide is going to be, I want you to read her words, because really her internal transformation was mind-blowing. Here she is.
See, is this helpful to anybody? I mean, I guess it's like, okay, yes, this is proof that someone lost weight, I suppose, but I just think it's weird. Like, I can barely tell. Like, yeah, a little bit, but like, I don't know. Like, is this worth blasting this out to like 500,000 people? I don't know. I mean, I guess she's fine with it, so whatever. Not my business, but you know. It says, this girl, I smile more often and not afraid of my smile. Okay, I guess that was Raylan's quote. I smile more often and not afraid of my smile. Okay, great.
I'll be the last one.
Oh, okay, can't have that. Let's move on. Okay, and then this is what she said. This is like her testimonial. This experience for me has been life-changing. Being in the last challenge, I had a thought of what I wanted to accomplish. My focus, nutrition. That is what I need to succeed. That is how I needed to lose the weight. I know now that it is not what I needed. I needed to believe in myself. I needed to know that I was worthy of love. I needed to know that I was worth the work. I needed to know to find my voice. I needed my integrity. This experience allowed me to find all those things. I'm sad about this because that it's very vulnerable to say those things, you know, to speak that and say, look, like, this is how I didn't feel worthy. I didn't feel that I deserved it, you know, all that stuff. But that's something, I don't know. If you found that through a 60-day challenge that Heidi puts on, then great. I guess I have nothing to say about that. If you found that, wonderful. But those are things that are going to probably keep coming up and coming up and coming up. As someone who has been, you know, going through a journey of sorts of figuring my life out, there's, you know, I felt great one day. The next day I feel like I lost it. And then the next day I felt better. And then the next day I feel like I'm not worthy. And it's like an up and down and up and down. I don't think this is something that those things can be accomplished over time. I just think, especially to promote it, to use this to promote like what people can experience. I don't know. It just seems like an oversell. I'm not sure. I don't know. And then here are the pictures of Raylan. I just think these pictures are odd. I think Raylan needs a picture of herself. I don't know why Heidi is in all of them and why Dave's there either. I guess maybe this is the ones that Heidi decided to post on her own thing. You know, to show, oh, I'm here. But like, this is a weird photo. Very odd. They just met in person for the first time too, like right before the shoot. It just seems weird that they're taking such intimate photos. Like the photos as if like they're best friends, like they've known each other for years, you know? And it's just like, I just don't like that. I don't like that false like intimacy stuff where it's like, you're my best friend. It's like, I paid you $200 to teach me how to work out. Like that, it's not, we're not best friends. We're not. Don't hug me like that. Like that's how I feel. And I'm going to talk about this eventually in one of my videos, but I was in a sorority for a little bit in college. And it was very much that. Like I met these girls one day, and then the next second we're taking like these like very like hugging like girlfriend, we're best friends, like kissing me on the cheek like photos, and it made me very uncomfortable. I mean, I did it. I ain't gonna say I didn't do it. I did it because I felt like, oh, these will be good photos, which okay shows how I was feeling at the time. But ultimately, these people, I don't talk to any of them anymore, so it wasn't long lasting. Anyways, okay, back to the crying.
I'm using a filter to shoot this video because I may or may not have cried off some of my makeup. I'm not kidding you. It's been a day. There's just a lot to do. And it's okay to cry. It is okay to cry. Give yourself the time that you need.
Okay, it says, one of my favorite quotes, you're allowed 5... Okay, this is so toxic. I'm sorry. This is so toxic. One of my fave quotes, you're allowed 5 emotional minutes per day. Then you gotta be a gangsta. What is this? This is so stupid. Like, says who? Says who? Gandhi says, oh, you're only allowed to be mindful for 5 minutes a day. You're only allowed to be emotional. You get a gangster? Come on, stop this. Stop this insanity. And for the record, crying is fine. I agree, crying is fine. But it becomes concerning when you can't cry privately and not talk about it on your Instagram stories for a large audience while you're trying to sell them a product. That's where it goes. This is not normal behavior. Cry all day. I cry all the time. I cry twice a week because I'm in therapy. I cry in that room all the time. But honestly, I think it's a safe space where I can get it out of, talk about something serious with a trusted person, a professional with a license, and I can let it go. So I'm not crying all day. Not that I would, but like, you know, because I've taken care of myself in that way and going to therapy, it gives me a time period in which I can deal with these emotions and then live the rest of my life much more free. But it doesn't seem like she's at this point yet. And I hope she does get to this point. Anyways, okay. She's crying again. And this quote is horrible. Horrible advice to give to people.
To cry, then get your shit together and get back in front of the camera.
Okay, let me start this over because I need to get the full effect.
There's just a lot to do. And it's okay to cry. It is okay to cry. Give yourself the time that you need to cry, then get your shit together and get back in front of the camera. That's my mantra today. Is that funny, Dave?
Yes.
But that has been me, right? I stop and I cry, then I get my shit together, and then I shoot. Here's what I'm doing in this little break.
This doesn't seem healthy, right? Like, none of this is healthy. Now she's going to sell us another product, Super Boost, from her. Okay, now this is the one part. Super Boost doesn't matter, but the one part I think is interesting in this little sequence is she's talking about Boost. She's talking about like the differences, whatever, cool, there's a deal. When she's at the end is what I want to talk. Okay, this part right here.
No caffeine, or your kids can have them, or whatever.
She's basically like, okay, there's different levels of caffeine for the different boosts.
They went so dang good. And we launched those 4 flavors. You can do buy 2 Boost, get 2 free. Buy 2 Super Boost, get 2 free. Or buy 2 Hydration, get 2 free. So right now, it's literally half off. Go take advantage of that. If you're somebody who does more Boost for more caffeine, you're going to save money by getting this Super Boost. Also know all of these flavors are in hydration too, so you can have them no caffeine, or your kids can have them, or whatever. I'm going to put a link right here. I don't know if you can use the code Heidi10 or not. You can try.
So that part was sort of interesting because I know her and Chris just kind of went through, he got the control officially finally of the Transform app. So I wonder when she said that and she's kind of like, I don't know anymore if you can use my code or not. To me, it came off as like she's even more discontinued from the company now because, you know, she's not co-owner. He has control of the app part at least, but I wonder if it's app and other things like her codes might not work anymore. She's no longer, you know, part of the power couple, so it would make sense. But she's still trying. I just, you know, it's kind of like she doesn't have a connection to the company anymore. Is how I sort of took it. Okay, now this is the part with the camera.
Not. You can try.
Okay, this is the song, so I'm going to lower it. Okay, it says mid-shoot boost, number 1. And you see she's actually doing, she's doing, right now in this frame, she's doing like a bicep or lat raise, whatever, with her dumbbells. And it says, brought to you by the Transform HQ Super Boost, my encouraging cameraman. Okay, right? So it's like mid-shoot boost. Okay, now she's doing her squats. Here's the camera, right? So he's got a A7R2. Okay, that's a good camera. It's more for photos, but you know, whatever. Okay, it's on standby. They're not shooting. I hope she knows that, or maybe this is just like to practice or something. But he's calling it like a mid-shoot. It's on standby. It's not recording. Also. So she's shooting it. This is just a little lesson for any camera people out there. If you're going to shoot content. 24p. Your shutter speed should be 50. 250 shutter speed is way too high. It needs to be about always whatever your P is, your FPS frames per second. It should be about double for your shutter speed. Okay, that's just a little tip from me to you. And that's fine. All the rest is fine. But I just thought it was funny that they forgot to hit record. If they actually thought that this was recording, it is not. So maybe none of the footage has actually been recorded, and Heidi didn't record 100 videos. She recorded 0. But we'll never know. Okay, and this is a promo for the Danielle post, and then this is, she shot a YouTube video. Man, okay. And like I said, she did like several other lives on her Instagram. Well, actually, let's take a look at her Instagram stories for today because I felt like there was some stuff there that was semi-interesting. But that was a lot of crying in a 2-day period. and a lot of forgetting of things. Okay. Oh, you want to watch the workout? Here's a workout by Heidi. Oh, this is what you can expect in the show up, get fit. Like, come on. Like, we all know what this is, right? Can we just all agree what this is? Like, can we just, without saying it, just like, this is what this is. This is not helping me in any way. This is for somebody to see a certain angle. Like, I know I'm not being very girl boss feminist right now, but sort of I am, I think, because come on. You don't got to do this stuff, only if you want to. I don't know. Okay, so there's 2 other lives that she did. Actually, no, hold on, sorry. I lied. I said we were going to watch. I said, talking to myself. I said we were going to look at our stories, okay? Gosh. I need some super boost in my life. Okay, let's go all the way back to the beginning of her stories for the day. Okay, so she got home. She made it home.
Is it Friday?
Saturday
night. This is...
So she didn't know what day it was. I think she wants that engagement. Or else she's just totally like, I don't know. She's totally gone off the end. She doesn't know any day of the week anymore.
Super important though, you guys. Troops align. Come here. Ready? What? Oh my gosh. Jake, you killed it. You killed it. These baby got backpacks.
This is what you're paying $4,000 for. If you only get these if you pay for the $4,000 mastermind.
We're gonna smash.
They're adorable.
Smash.
Because we also may or may not be calorie loading tonight. Dang Uber Eats, why do you have to have Cinnaholic at our fingertips like this? Okay, it's just her son eating. Okay, let's get rid of that. That's all it was. Okay, here she is.
I'm home. Back in my bed. 2 out of 4 kids are asleep. The other 2 out of 4 are somewhere. I think I heard one of them downstairs with friends eating Cinnaholic. I had a really great last couple of days.
She said she cried like multiple times. She's like, I had to stop and cry, and it was so hard and so hard. Now she's like, I actually had an amazing couple of days. Like, which one is it? The screen says, reflecting on the last couple of days and really the last 8 months of growth as this challenge has become so much more. Okay.
I actually was just going back and forth watching some of the footage. You guys,
Hold on. Thank you, Natasha. Dang, you are loaded like Dave. Do you have a warehouse on your property too? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For that, I will. Let's get Rachel involved in this conversation for a second. Let's see.
I'm super freaking privileged.
Oh yeah, so am I. So am I to have Natasha here for this super chat moment. Let's see. Here's a question I want to ask Natasha. Natasha, can I ask you a question?
What happened to dinosaurs?
Please let me know in the comments below. Thank you, Natasha. I really appreciate it. And make sure that you have.
I don't regret anything.
Well, I guess I didn't really set it up correctly, but thank you. Thank you again. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, back to Heidi.
I'm so proud of what we've created in this challenge. Already, what it was previously was so great and so amazing. And adding the programs and the content to it that we have and watching some of the footage feedback that I'm getting, I'm really proud. It's so cool to have something that I know works and
it's really amazing, you guys, to know this community creates such beautiful change, connection, and transformation.
to have something that I know creates the most incredible community and testimonials. Literally, all of the people that you talk to and you're about to see over this next week who have partaken in the challenge have had such great experiences, and it just makes me proud of my team and all the things. And it's funny because I have days where I stress, and I'm like, oh my gosh, am I doing enough? Am I reaching enough? All of the things. But the reality is, if I just were to track success based off of happiness.
And it says, but then I remember all the amazing people and their results inside of this community, and I quickly set myself straight.
And connection and
transformation and results of the people that have done the challenge so far, we are winning. I'm going to post a couple. I just winning.
And it says outtakes to come. Okay, here we go. And Natasha, I'm seeing some crazy stuff in the chat. I banned them. Hopefully it stays banned. Sorry about that. Probably because of the video I just played. And I'm not saying, and I saw some comments come in like, I've done those workouts. Yeah, like I'm not against doing the workouts in the gym. I think you should totally be free to do whatever. But, you know, posting it as like, oh, this is helpful for you guys. It's like, that's where I go. Is this helpful, or is this feeding some sort of ego thing to show off your booty to the camera? And I don't know if this is old and just showed up again, but Natasha, you're going to get a bonus either way. Thank you so much. And here's a Tony Robbins quote. This is a rarity. I don't play this one very much. Here's a Tony Robbins quote for you.
What excites me most is see a person die.
Taken out of context, but who cares? Thank you again. Okay, back to Heidi once more.
I'm going to post a couple of just so you can kind of get a hint. The new program coming up. Dave was sending me some of the outtakes that are probably never going to get taken out because that's just what happens. They usually stay in. But then also I do want to say I'm going to post Reese and Amanda tomorrow at 11 Pacific. It's a mother and daughter. The most amazing internal transformation between the two of these, both of them. Reese is 14 and she is a light. I'm telling you, you have not met a 14-year-old like this one. She's pretty dang special. And her mom is special. She's special because her mom's special. Amanda is such a great mom, and
says there's seriously nothing sweeter than a mother-daughter duo on a quest to betterment together.
See in the last challenge, the two of them doing it together. Never was Amanda pushing her, always just leading by example, always just on a quest to be her best self, and her sweet daughter would see it and pick up on it. And
oh, sweet daughter. We have the word sweet. She must be a normal person. She's sweet. It says, I don't know how we got so lucky to have them stumble into our community, but we did. Everyone inside of this community is lucky to have their light.
And oh my gosh, they actually both came.
And the mom here is the winner. She was the Miss Show Up. She was the winner of the whole thing. Apparently there's winners at the event. So she won.
Came to show up, and both of them had everybody in tears. It was pretty amazing. So anyway, I'm going to be interviewing the two of them tomorrow at 11 here on my Instagram. You need to follow. I'm telling you, you got to go follow them.
Why is she telling people to go follow a 14-year-old girl? Go follow them? What? Not everyone has a public fitness account. Do you want these people to go follow a 14-year-old private citizen? Not good advice. Don't do that.
Great lights. Cannot wait to have them back in the next challenge.
Oh, okay. Pictures. Okay. It's very similar. Heidi jumping on people and hugging them so tightly. Like, again, these people are strangers. Yes, they were part of a challenge in an online group in a capacity, but they paid to be there. I don't like it. I don't like this. Like, it's manufactured closeness. And yes, it might feel like you said, like, if you hug someone, your endorphins are whatever. Yeah, but okay. But the reason that we're so desperate for these feelings, these like feel good feelings, is probably because we need to work on something in our own lives to figure out, like, okay, do I need to work on my relationships? Do I need to go figure out why I'm having issues with, hugging my close friends and family? But just hugging some stranger and taking a picture is not going to fix the issues that are at hand. Jen Murphy, thank you so much. Oh, I am working too hard for you guys. I am working way too hard, and I need to stop working so hard because I think I'm working too hard. It gives me life as well. Thank you very much. Dave also gives it life.
It's giving me life.
Let's play a new Dave one I haven't listened to today.
Dave, you're talking about peace, aren't you? No, I'm talking about buying my book.
That's always a classic. Thank you, Jen Murphy. I really, really appreciate it. I'll work hard because it's fun for me. So this is like fun time. And work time. Okay, so let's... Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, and this is her quote from the mom. So she's here emotionally crying as well. So there's a lot of crying. Expect to cry if you want to get in shape, apparently. Which now that I think about it, in Biggest Loser, I used to watch that show, unironically watch that show back in like 2005, I shouldn't say that, 2008. And there's tears a lot because they're screaming at them to work out harder and faster and not to give up. And there's a lot of tears. So maybe it's part of the process. But I think she means it. Heidi means this in a different way. But it says, I am a completely new person with a renewed passion for helping people grow beyond their limits. This challenge was exactly what I needed. And it says, love these girls so much, and I'm beyond proud of how they show up every dang day. That's a big statement too. Your whole life has changed. I mean, I'm glad. Good for you. But I'm surprised. I find that to be hard to believe, but okay. Okay.
We're gonna move. We just rolled out of bed. Rubes, what workout are we? She looks so excited to do this. You can just watch me. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do.
This is so weird. Okay.
Bulgarian split squats. We're just gonna do a quick.
She does not. The little girl does not need to do Bulgarian split squats right now.
Little.
I don't know. Unless she's training to be a bodybuilder or something. Those are hard for adults.
Metcon. We're gonna do 15 Bulgarian split squats each side, 10 burpees.
I hope this song doesn't get me. Whatever. I'm gonna skip it. This is boring. Oh, okay. Now, I don't want to make too many comments about physical, looks or whatever too much, but in this context, I just want to say she looks different than she did when she was with Chris. Physically different. She looks, I'm trying to tread lightly here. She looks much thinner physique than when she was in the fitness world on the show, Extreme Weight Loss. There's a visual difference in her body shape. Now, maybe that's by choice. Maybe that's the look she's going for, but it's something I've noticed. This is a frame that not many people can pull off, no matter how much weight they lose. This is like extremely thin, in my opinion, and I'm a little concerned. And I don't know how to talk about it necessarily, like in a productive way, because I'm not an expert. Maybe I'm gonna pull a Rachel Hollis here. If anyone knows a expert in this field, a psychiatric eating person or some sort of eating doctor that would be willing to talk about this and speculate on it, I'm all for it. But for me, it's like I don't know what's healthy and what's not, so I can't say. But just something I noticed. Okay. Thank you, Megan Jensen. Welcome to the show. They say, you are getting me through having to work extra tonight to get caught up. I just wish you would also build me a boat. Well, you're in luck.
I will slowly buy you a boat.
That's all I have to say. I will buy you a boat, and if I don't buy you a boat, but I tell you I'm going to buy you a boat.
That is cheating.
Which is true. Let's just say this because this screenshot is kind of interesting.
I will actually do something obscene for you.
So thank you very much. I appreciate that. I hope you get it all done. Working extra sucks, so I hope you get it all done. All right, back to Heidi doing burpees. She's going for it, man. Okay. I don't know. Okay, she's getting her daughter to order something. Woo! Okay, and this is a preview of the people who are going to do the live. Okay, I can't have that. So excited to have these two on my IG for live. It's about 1 hour. Okay, so this is like a throwback from there.
You guys, you need to go watch the live I just did with Reese and Amanda. So Amanda and Reese are a mother-daughter duo who did the last challenge. The most beautiful live. more than anything because you see the relationship that they each have with each other, and mostly the relationship that they're building with themselves that has come out of what they got out of the challenge. I mean, they're two beautiful souls. Go watch this live. You have never seen a more mature, in touch with who she is 14-year-old. And it was so cool to see her evolution over the 60 days in the last challenge. I'm super proud to have him in the next one. But I'm going to go.
So they're doing the next one too, which I find interesting. That seems to be what she really wants people to do. Like, you do these challenges every 6 weeks. So you're paying $200 continuously on a cycle. So it's not like, 60-day, and then you're on your own. Even though they say, like, we teach you how to fish, not just give you a fish. They say that, but then at the same time, she's like, they just did the challenge before. Now they're going to do the next challenge. It's like, didn't they learn all the skills they need to do this on their own? But apparently not, because you want the community, right? I guess. I don't know. It's interesting. It's a good marketing idea, good sales idea.
I'm going to go ahead and post it right here. Watch it. If you have time, go watch this, especially if you are a mom who is, like me, wanting the best for our kids and our daughters. This is a live I'm really...
Okay, so that's there. Oh, dang. Okay. That's them saying, okay, let's just watch this.
Hey, so we just did a live with Heidi Powell. If you go over to her page, I don't know if she's posted it yet, but just talking about the challenge and fitness group that we just did. So if anyone is curious and wants a little bit more information about our journey and what it was like.
It's a day of nerds. Wait, where'd those nerds go? She was just feeding me nerds. We had our veggies.
They're delicious. Rainbow nerds.
And squatting up.
Let your kids just eat their candy. Why do they have to tell everyone on the internet about it?
It's my favorite thing. My favorite thing to do.
Yes, Mom, it is. Wink, wink.
We actually only play video games here. When do we play video games here? Weekends. Mm-hmm. Lucky boy.
Mm-hmm. 2 questions in one day.
Okay.
I think it's been quite 3 months for me, but it's all natural, made of tea.
Okay, it's an older daughter. Okay.
Up and around.
What do they buy? I don't know. This is their teens going to the store. They buy beers? It says, OMG, why didn't anyone ever tell me this comes with having teens who drive? Heaven help me. This is what happens when you send 2 kids to Target. Did you even get the butter I sent you for? Okay. One time Heidi, this is a story that Heidi has told. One time Heidi went to Target. She was shopping. She walked away, came back, took someone else's cart, took it to the checkout, checked it out, took it home, unpacked it, and then her children said, hey, why did you buy this? And she's like, I didn't buy this. And it's like, this came in the pack. And she's like, oh my gosh, I took the wrong cart home. So she had to go back to Target, find her cart, pick up the stuff that she went to get, bought that, and then she forgot the thing that she actually went for. That's another Heidi Target story for you. Okay, more children. Okay, this is she said she was watching old videos, so here's an old video. This is the last thing. So she's getting a cake pop. Yeah! Okay, enough of that. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we've been on for 2 hours. I'm down, if you are, to watch a little bit of this live. Now, there's 2 lives. There's one with Raylyn. Actually, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should leave the regular people out of this. I changed my mind. I'm interested because, well, I don't know. Am I an asshole, or am I just like curious and interested, and this is fine? I go back and forth in my head because I don't know. Because I feel like even sometimes criticizing Heidi, I feel bad, but I also think, people kind of need to be like, okay, there's other things going on than just what she's saying. Like there's another way to look at this, and like if you make your decision afterwards, kind of hearing both sides, like there's good things about this challenge perhaps, and there's bad things about this challenge perhaps. Here are some of the things that I think about it, or some of the hypocrisies about it. So I don't know. Should we? Let me know. What do we think? We should do something. You could also listen to a Rachel video or a Rachel keynote. You could get off of Heidi's case for a little bit. That might be fun. Should we do that? Let me know. I know I'm like talking and the chat comes up later, but it's 11:25 here, so maybe another. My vote's gonna be let's go to Rachel. Let's give Heidi a break. She's had a tough day, a tough week. She cried a lot. She learned a lot. She loved a lot. She laughed a lot. She had Dave. That's a lot to deal with. Okay, so let's get to Spotify. Now I have some things to say about Rachel. Oh wait, actually, one more thing about Heidi before I let's do one more thing with Heidi. She released her her ClickFunnel thing. Basically, I don't know if it's really ClickFunnel branded. It could just be a funnel, just a traditional funnel. But let's see. I want to pull it up because there's one more cry to watch. Okay. Is it? Oh yeah. Okay. Wait. All right. How did I find this? Let me think. Oh yes, this is where I got it from. Okay, I believe. Let's do this together. This is Heidi's ClickFunnels thing. This is the whole thing about getting fit. Dave's not on it. Whatever. Okay. I've already showed this before. This is what it looks like. But if I click this, no.
What's up, guys?
How did I find that? I'm trying to think of where I saw that. Hold on. I gotta think for a second. Where did I find Heidi's? I found her Vimeo account too. her sales thing. Okay, let me look at my phone for a second. In the meantime, keep letting me know which one you would like me to do. Dang. Okay. How did I find it? Where was I looking? I look at a lot of these accounts in a day, and sometimes, as they say, they start to get blurred together, and I forget where the heck I found stuff. It was Heidi's video. Maybe it was on... Oh, okay. Okay. I know. I remember everybody. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm seeing super chats. I was looking down. I'm so sorry. JB, thank you. You're still here. Welcome. This is my Dave voice. Do we think Heidi and Dave are watching? I don't know. I get torn because I feel like they do, but then I think they don't. I think they're aware of this type of content, but I don't think they actually watch it. And if they do watch it, they watch like 2 minutes and they're like, hater troll, and they get off. So for that,
I will actually do something obscene for you.
and I appreciate it a lot. And I see Natasha. Where are you again? Okay, here you are. You're killing it. You're hooking me up like crazy, and I appreciate it very much. And I think combined, you've done more than
$18 stinking dollars.
You've done much more than that. So I really appreciate it. And let me know if you want a specific sound played for you, because you earned it, girl. You earned it, boss babe. And Dave,
I love you.
has that to say. Okay, I remember now. It was in, and thank you very much, Natasha. You are literally giving me life. It was on Reddit. So we're going to find it really quick, and I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to show you, unless she's gotten rid of it, which I doubt. But it was on Reddit, and basically it was a link to her Vimeo account. Which was it? Now I gotta find it on Reddit. Oh, I should have prepared better. Okay, well, maybe I can search it. I'm so sorry, everybody. This is so unprofessional behavior. But I'm really tired, and I just did too much today. Let's see. Can I just search it in like Vimeo? Heidi Powell? I found like all her stuff. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay. Anyways, let me look one more time. because I posted it on my stories, and it was like, oh my god, she forgot to. Oh, here it is. Okay, Get Fit story May 2020. Okay, let's search that. Get Fit story. Get Fit my story 2022. Heidi Powell. Vimeo. Well, let me just I'll just tell you what this video is like, because basically she just starts crying immediately. And it's quite weird to see, if I do say so myself. It's just like her. Let me read this one. Okay, let me just show you that. Let me show you that. You can just watch me click through stuff as I try to find this. Okay, it's not this one. I think there's a this one maybe. Let's see. I just need one with a video. Nope. Because basically the same thing I did with Rachel is you click on the Vimeo and you oh God. That's new. Finding You 8-week program. Finding You 8-week live coaching program. A guide to growth, goals, and getting what you want while learning to love yourself along the way. Join Heidi and a new group of friends. Boost your self-esteem. Boost your self-confidence and self-esteem. Get your mind back on track, because we know Heidi's the expert in that. For $9.97. Can you see that? I'm in the way. Sorry. I'll move myself. So for 8 weeks, online coaching, it looks like. It's $1,000. So how much is that? $1,000. Divide. I'm like really losing it, everybody. $1,000 divided by 8. $125 a week to be live coached online by Heidi, by someone who doesn't remember to pick up or do their passport in time and cries every minute. Seems like a weird thing to offer, but okay. Oh, Creating You. Let's see, that's new. Build habits. Oh, okay, let me look in the comments. Is anyone going to send me the link to this? No. It's on Reddit. I get all my stuff from Hollis Uncensored. Literally all of my information and all of my social interactions happen on Hollis Uncensored. I mean, we can just look through it for a second. This is what it looks like, in case you haven't been on Reddit before. This is what it looks like. This is Reddit, Rachel and Dave Hollis Uncensored. Now, people comment, and someone commented, and they linked to this video. And maybe it's not this one. Maybe it's just in the main frame, like the main part of the. There's 87 comments. Oh my gosh. But I remember I clicked on it, and then it allowed me to go and watch her videos. Okay, well, I guess this is the universe telling me to just go back and talk about Rachel, because I was trying to give Heidi one more shout out of her crying, but apparently no, that's not good. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Okay. So let's go back. Let me set up Rachel. No obligation to stay, everybody. I know it's late on a Sunday, but I think this is good. This is as good a time as any to play Rachel Hollis. I know, browser history, right? I should, it's on my phone though. Maybe it's on here. Maybe it's still open. Thank you, everybody. I swear this is not some sort of stalling tactic that I've learned in self-help school to try to get you to stay on here longer. No. I got excited for a second. Dang, mobile uploads? Nope. No, now we're at old stuff. Let's see, one more time. One more check. I'm going to check my history. You're right. That's a good. No, it's not popping up. Vimeo. No, sorry. Okay. Rachel it is. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so to set this up, if I find it again, I'll make a separate note about it on Instagram or something. It wasn't big. It was just her crying in the beginning. And it was like, this challenge. She's like, okay, hi guys. And she started crying like immediately. And she's like, this challenge just means so much to me. And it's 9 minutes of her crying. So it's quite a sight to see. Okay, so this is Rachel Hollis's live in action. And this is her at the ClickFunnels, which I've sort of mentioned a couple times here. It's that website that you can use to like get people to join or sign up for your offerings. Some are legitimate, some seem to be less than legitimate. So anyways, she said, even though she said on Oprah's stage that she would never speak on someone else's stage unless it was Oprah, which she spoke on Oprah's stage. She said that she wasn't going to talk on anyone else's anymore, but, you know, times are tough, perhaps. She decided to go on Russel Branson's stage for his mastermind event, and this is the keynote taken from that. I have lots of things to say about it. I will say she has that preacher-like, pastor-like, what's the guy that just got, like, not just got, but the guy from Hillsong, the, you know, Justin Bieber preacher who's got, like, great cadence, is very, you know, good at speaking and delivering, like, the gospel in that way. You know, the content's irrelevant, really. It's the way that they're speaking and the way that they deliver the information. Very much so with Rachel. And that's what I found. And I think this really does showcase her talent, which is to take anything, like any words, basically, and make them sound like, wow, what an amazing concept this is. Like, I never thought that, like, I could just do it. I could just, like, accomplish a goal. Like, I could just strap my shoes on and walk outside if I chose to. Like, the content's obvious and boring and nothing is interesting, but the way she says it, like, the way she, like, delivers it is what's interesting. And I find that to be true in this, but again, the content is just lacking in any sort of, number one, originality, number two, helpful advice, and number three, especially at the situation, I don't know how much it costs to go to a Russel Branson mastermind event, but I'm assuming thousands, if not 1,000, I would imagine, just because it's a small audience and people are obsessed with this guy. So, and we can check too, actually. Let me see. I can just quickly look. It was in Boise, Idaho, as Rachel liked to say. She was kind of like making fun of, she didn't make fun of it, but she was kind of like, I went to Boise, Idaho, as if like she's never heard of it before. So let's, Russel Branson, ClickFunnels, Mastermind, Boise. Let's see how much money people paid to go to this thing. It's called Inner Circle, I guess. Right? No. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Wait, it says it's limited to 100 people at a time. So how much does it cost? Okay, let me show you. Inner Circle. No. What? Okay. Well, I guess these are people who are successful, so it makes sense. But if this is legitimate, which it looks like it might be, it says, yes, I want one of the last spots in Russell's Inner Circle, and I know the annual fee for the program is $50,000. And I must be grossing over $1 million in revenue. Okay, that makes me feel better. At least there's a limit on, or a cap or whatever, on like a minimum to attend. That makes me feel better. Yikes. Okay, so these people paid a lot of money, $50,000 to go to this event, allegedly, to see Rachel Hollis and others speak. If this is real, let me check before I say this is like actually his thing, and it's not. I mean, that's what it says, though. This is Russell. In case you don't know who Russel Branson is, this is him. He looks like every guy from every marriage announcement where the couple goes to church. That's what he looks like. Okay. This is his stuff. This is him. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, his books. I want to see his group. Funnel Hackers, Funnel Hacking Live, the annual marketing event. I don't think that's it. Hire Russell, one-on-one. Okay. But I want to know what his inner circle is. Let's go to his Instagram. Maybe it'll be there. Nope. I'm really dropping the ball. Okay, inner circle. That's what it's called. Okay. Yeah, that looks right. That looks the same. Okay, so this thing's $50,000. Looks good. Okay. So anyways, so Rachel goes to this event. She's speaking at this event, and she, gives this impassioned speech. But the subject matter is nothing to help you raise money, to get money. I don't think she knows how to, because look at her track record. So instead, she decides to talk about just being happy with what you have. Just making time for yourself and for massages. That's what she really wants to teach on. And I find that to be a cop-out. It's like, if you aren't someone, like these people are paying $50,000 to learn lessons about like how to grow their business, and you're going to take 40 minutes of their time to tell them to like remember to talk to their children. The message is fine, but it's like, this is not the time or place I think that this message needs to be delivered. Like, I don't know. It's like all the things that she needs to hear, and it's like, oh, I'm just going to tell people what I need to hear, and they're going to pay me for it. I don't know. I think these are all, like, if you don't have expertise, don't go speaking to people. But, I know there's a whole industry that disagrees with me, but that's my take. Anyways, okay, here we go. Rachel Hollis. We're going to skip the intro. And here we go.
Backstory on who you guys are about to hear. The last 2 days have been crazy.
Okay.
The last 2 days have been crazy. So I'm hopefully the next 2 sessions you guys just really enjoy. I'm excited for our speaker, someone who I've had a chance to watch a lot over the years that I just have so much respect for, and someone who's an amazing entrepreneur. So the backstory on who you guys are about to hear from, the very first time I ever heard her name was actually from my wife. And my wife and all her friends were going to a movie in a movie theater, and they said there's this person, she's like a personal development person, and she's got a movie in a movie theater.
Hold on, we're gonna take a second. Natasha, is this a spam? Are you a spam person? You are like funding my entire life today. I feel like this is fake. This can't be real. But if it is, thank you. I really appreciate it, for real. Thank you.
18 stinking dollars.
I think we're at like $1,800 for you, Natasha. And the most important part is that it's American dollars.
It is 18 American dollars.
Send me sadness swag. Okay, I will. I will do that somehow. Can you DM me on Instagram, Natasha? We'll figure out. We need to get you merch because you're the Sob Gang fundraising expert. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I know. Dang. Can we all say? I need a dang. We need a. Hold on. Here's a. This is you in the club. That's Natasha in the club. Thank you. For real. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Back to Russel Branson explaining who Rachel Hollis is.
Okay. And this is just coming back to like, a lot of you guys will know Rachel's like the author, but like an amazing marketer and entrepreneur and like just smart. Like she created a documentary showing her events that she ran live in movie theaters across America. Did any of you guys go to that or see that? It was like the coolest thing ever. So I went with my wife went, and then I had a chance to go also and watch this. And I watched this as like just one of the most unique marketing things I've ever seen. It was so cool. And then I went all in. I went and I bought the books, even though I think most of the books are not written for dudes like me. But I listened to books. I laughed. I cried, like all the kind of things. And just because I wanted to understand like what she was doing, why she was doing all this sort of stuff like that. And then about a year later, I had a chance to meet her in Puerto Rico. And we were in a small group of entrepreneurs who were all obsessed with our art and our mission. And as I would hear her talk about her business and her customers and what she was doing, you just see her light up the same way that any of us do. Like, it was just so much fun to see her and understand the strategies behind what they were doing and how they were doing it. And it's just been so much fun to watch her. And I've had a chance to learn from her from like the business standpoint, but also from the personal development, like understanding who we are, why we do what we do, and just getting into the mindset and just so many other cool things. I'm also grateful because
he's giving like a fairly good, basic overview of who she is. I don't for one second think he laughed and cried while reading Girl Wash Your Face. Like he said, it's not really written for him. So I can't imagine him actually doing that. I hate when they say that. I read all your books and I loved them. It's like, you did not. Give me a break.
I think the last time I saw her speaking on stage was in front of like tens of thousands of people jumping around, going crazy. And I'm just grateful she was willing to come here to our awesome group, but obviously a much smaller group of people, and to share a bunch of cool things with you guys today. So with that said, though, Rachel likes energy and she wants a lot of energy. And so, but I want you guys cheering, jumping up and going, make as much noise as possible. That way, she'll be able to come up and have the energy she needs to be able to deliver and share with you guys all the things she's going to share with you guys today. Does that sound good? Okay, with that said, then let's put our hands together.
It's like she needs the energy to deliver to you guys. It's like, is the $50,000 entry fee just not enough for you? You have to scream and yell and cheer for her, or else she won't be able to do it. Okay, thank you, Albanese. Albanese, is that correct? Yeah, you are. You are officially in Kia's World funnel now. You're at the top, and slowly you're going to submerge into the murky waters that is the Kia's World universe. Very similar to the Hollis universe, but tangentially, quantum physically, and manifestively on the other side. On the, as Dave said, two sides of the same coin. We're in the same universe, just delivering it differently. But thank you very much. And for that, we'll play a song.
Why do you follow me if you don't already own my book?
So why do you follow me if you don't own my book? The book I haven't written yet, but will one day, maybe never write one. But you can own it if I ever do write a book. And if you don't, unfollow me. Okay. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to go to her... What happened to Dinosaurs intro?
For Rachel Hollis!
And therapy work.
No luck. No luck, Laura.
I spent several weeks getting ready to come and talk to y'all. And my intention today was, number one, I wanted to show up for my friend Russell, because however he is with you, he is that times 1,000 for the people that are lucky enough to be in his inner circle. So I can't tell you the amount of times that I have left a voice note.
I think she messed up there. I don't know for sure. I think the event, like you said, is called Inner Circle. And then she's like, oh, well, he's amazing for you, which that event is called Inner Circle. But she's like, he's even better for people in his real inner circle, which I think is like her, like people he's actually friendly with. I think that was a stupid thing to say, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I was like, wait, what? Why would you say that? It makes it seem like the 50 grand is not worth it, because this is not the real inner circle. There's a real inner circle. Of course there really is, but don't say that on the stage.
That I have sent a text and I'm like, brother, I do not know what to do. What about this idea? How can I show up? He and Colette are so incredible. So that's why I'm here. I wanted to just pay it forward for the love that they've given me over the last few years.
Yes.
That's number one. Number two, I feel really called to have the conversation that I'm going to have with you guys today. And when I was on the plane, I was praying before I was putting my notes together, and I was like, I don't know if everyone in the room is going to get this.
I don't know if Russell is very religious. I haven't really looked into him at all, other than I know he works with a lot of like Tony Robbins type people and conference people. But she talks about praying and God much, much more than she has in the last 2 years. She's really back on the I prayed, I asked God. She's kind of less so into the spiritual realm, at least in this talk. And I wonder if that's because of Russell's presence. I don't know for sure though.
But I know I'm supposed to say it. So even if it's for one person today, I feel called to have a conversation. So
I also hate that. Like I really want to like share my secrets of how to be a millionaire, but God told me I have to tell you, are you happy though? So unfortunately I have to give that speech today. So I guess, we'll just have to go with what God said. It's like, oh, that's convenient. That's my 2 cents. Natasha is back, everybody. Thank you again. Here, I'm like running out of sounds. So here's a Dave sound.
Get a life.
It's very low though. Here, I'm going to play a little bit of the intro song for you. For this, you get this special Kia's World song. Okay, that deserves a special shout out. Thank you very much once again. You're making me blush. You're making me blush.
That is cheating.
Thank you. You're gonna be the most famous person in this chat right now. Thank you. Okay, back to Rach saying that she's it's not her fault if you don't like this, and it's only for one person because a lot of people aren't gonna get it because they don't get her.
Ask if you will show up in this space with me authentically. I'm going to ask if you will be real as we talk about some harder stuff. Because I have been an entrepreneur for 19 years, and I've gone to 1,000 conferences and 1 million masterminds, and I've sat in rooms just like this one. And what happens often is that we show up as the very best version of ourselves, right? We're like, this is the revenue I did, and this is what's happening with the funnel, and here's how I'm growing, and here's how I'm showing up, and here's my cute Instagram photo. Who knows what I'm talking about? Just her? Who knows what I'm talking about? Right. And the crazy thing is, when we're in these rooms, we are surrounded by the access and the resources and the information that can help us most. But because we try and show up as the very best version of ourselves instead of...
She has said the word show up like 4 times so far, or the phrase show up.
Our authentic, true life, we don't get the help that we need. So I went to a conference 15 years ago. I had an event planning company in Los Angeles. That was my first business. And I went to a business conference, and I went to a class called, But Are You Making Any Money? Which I thought was fantastic, right? So it was all about the press that you could get, which celebrity wedding you were planning, and how you were showing up. And this woman just kept saying over and over and over, yeah, that's amazing, but are you making any money? And it was the first time in my life as an entrepreneur that I really understood what profit was, that I really understood the difference between gross and net, and I became obsessed. But I grew up very poor, and I grew up in an environment that was not safe for me. And even as a little girl, does anyone understand what I'm talking about when I say that? Yeah.
Okay, so you can see, like, she does this a lot, and this is definitely a Tony Robbins thing. Sorry. This is a Tony Robbins thing. It's an NLP thing, I believe. I never learned NLP. Somebody wrote to me once and said that they were like an expert. I need to reach back out to them. But NLP is like it can be used in therapeutic sense, I think, sometimes, but it can also be used to manipulate you. It's like suggestive speaking, like you are led to do something when you're not. It's not like subconscious, but it's like, it's almost like leading questions, or if you get people to agree enough, like if you can get them to say yes enough to these questions, they might be more compelled to say yes to a sale, like stuff like that, I think. And I could be totally wrong, but that's my impression of it. So throughout the speech, she'll use this and she'll say, like, does anyone know what I'm talking about here? Say yes, like, and that's very Tony Robbins of her. You know, to ask questions, to engage the audience the whole time. But she's not really asking anything that she actually thinks she doesn't care what your response is. And mostly she's going to ask things that, like, did you breathe today? Can you tell me yes if you breathed today? Okay, great. Did you have a sip of water today? Do you have any? Okay, great. And you're going to say yes no matter what. So it's like leading you down to thinking that this was a positive experience. Maybe I'm looking a little bit too much into it, but she does it a lot, and it's not authentic. It's a very much, okay, pre-planned. I'm going to ask these questions like in advance so that I can continue to get people to pay attention. So, okay, here we go. And also, like, you need to make profit in your business. It's great to not worry about that, but that is very important in a business, and people should be worrying about that very much because it's going to be their livelihood or not.
And even as a little girl, I knew that if I just had the security of money, that I wouldn't have to live in this house anymore. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Right. So
see, does anyone know what I'm talking about? Right. Okay. Then I forgot what she was saying. She was talking about her family, how she's unsafe. I haven't heard that necessarily, that version of events from her that I remember, that it was unsafe. That's kind of a escalation of, you know, before she's like didn't want to be poor because it was embarrassing, and now it's unsafe. And maybe she's come to that conclusion over time. But it seems a little bit more serious now than I've heard her talk about in the past. Kind of interesting.
Someone say once, if you've ever been hungry, then you'll never be full. If you've ever been hungry, then you'll never be full. Meaning, if you've ever known what it's like to hear your parents fight over how you're going to pay rent this month, if you ever have gone into the kitchen and there's no food, if you've ever lived in that kind of scarcity, it's a really hard mindset to get out of. So I spent about 10 years inside of hustle culture, right? Like
She spent 10 years inside of hustle culture, okay? As if she wasn't like leading the whole the whole movement. Not single-handedly, not single-handedly, but she definitely was a figurehead of the hustle culture. She didn't live inside of it. She lived on top of it because she controlled it, a lot of it.
Every single dollar. I learned to stack dimes. Has anyone ever heard this term before, right? It's the hottest thing. Like, oh, have multiple sources of revenue and see how you can build up your bank account. If you just stack one dime on top of another in a bunch of different areas, then you're going to have the money that you need to be wealthy. And so it took a really long time, but I figured it out. And after, 13 years of trying, I finally experienced crazy, wild, insane success. It's the most miserable I've ever been. No joke.
Maybe that's true. I have my doubts. I think that was the most happy she's probably ever been. That's my personal opinion, just based on her body of work. It doesn't make sense that she's the biggest achiever in the world. She's like the most what does she say? I think she says it in this speech. She's like, I am the most ambitious person in the world. I am the, whatever in the world. She's always like the only one, and she really was thriving during Rise conferences. And that was when there was like so much pressure and all that stuff. She seemed happier than she does now, in my opinion. But who knows behind closed doors. But I think that, at the peak of her success, she was probably the happiest. And now it's been the downfall. Dealing with the downfall and trying to recover has been probably horrible for her. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
And the thing was, I was surrounded by entrepreneurs who were like,
and so I see people talking about the breath sound. I think, this is my guess, I don't know, she could be nervous, I don't know. But for me, what it sounds like is a sound filter, where they put like, so when you're editing video or audio, you can put these like general filters on things just to, if it's a lot of buzz noise in the room. So for example, if her microphone was like too far away from her mouth, they might have put this filter on, and it makes it sound like all the sounds get like all of like the buzzing goes down, and it makes it sound more like one level. So sometimes that's what it sounds like to me, but she could be nervous too. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to make any assumptions too much, but I think it's more the technical stuff than it is, because it sounded like when he was talking too, it sounded the same to me, and it's at regular speed, so there should be no issues with like that.
Holy crap, this is amazing, you were making all the money, you're killing it, the Instagram's exploding,
Wait, let's go back for a second.
No joke. And the thing was, I was surrounded by entrepreneurs who were like, holy crap, this is amazing. You were making all the money. You're killing it. The Instagram's exploding. All of the people are everything. It's so exciting. And it was the most miserable I have ever been. I never saw my kids. I never saw my husband. I worked constantly. When I was stressed, when I was overwhelmed, when I burned out, I had more caffeine. I went harder. I got less sleep, because what mattered to me was success according to other people instead of what success was in my own heart.
Now, this sounds wonderful, like that she's come to this conclusion, like, oh, okay, like my true happiness is like being with my kids, my husband, which I find surprising because of his double life issues. So the fact that she wants to spend time with him kind of is confusing, but okay. But why would you for years write in your journal, in your Start Today journal that she would promote and sell? It was always like, I want to ride first class, which is fine, but how do you think you're going to do that? you're not going to have to fly and do stuff. Like you obviously knew that was a trade-off, not seeing your children. And she also made it seem like she didn't want to see her children that much. Like she said that she wants to be their mother and be there, but she also wanted to have this life outside of them, which is fine. But now this is totally, the script is changed. If her goals every time for 10 years were like, I just want to have time with my kids, I just want to whatever, I just want to cook dinner every night. Like those were achievable goals back then. She wanted more. She wanted to have 10,000 people at conferences. She wanted to meet Oprah. These are all giant goals, which I'm glad that she has them. No shame with having big goals. But don't come back 2 years later when it doesn't work out and go, I was miserable and my goals were just to be happy and be, no bra. It's like, don't bullshit. Don't bullshit a bullshitter, You ain't working on me. Like, I don't buy it.
And so that is what I want to talk about today, because I think it is possible for you to be wildly successful. And if your goal in life is to have all the money and you want to roll around in the dollar bills naked, like you do you live that life. But I never had anybody talk to me about having wealth in your life, but also having a life that felt good, but also having incredible relationships with your kids, but also having your faith be aligned in the right spot. I never had anyone say it.
Like, why is that included? This event must be religiously based, because she hasn't talked about having your faith be aligned in quite a while. And she hasn't said she's prayed while putting her papers together. So she must be trying to appeal to the people who are here, which I find, not shocking whatsoever.
So even if only one person needs to hear it today, you're for me and I'm for you. I'm not going to teach, but are you making money? Because you wouldn't be in this room if you weren't. I'm going to teach, but are you freaking happy? Are you happy?
Are you freaking happy? Okay.
Do not buy into the scarcity mindset that tells you that you can have one or the other. Okay? Okay?
Wait, what?
All the men in this room are like,
okay. Validate me now.
But are you freaking happy?
Okay, so she says you can't have one without the other.
Are you happy?
But then she just gave a whole thing about how she couldn't have wild success and have her husband and have her kids. So what the hell is she talking about?
Because do not buy into the scarcity mindset that tells you that you can have one or the other. Okay? Okay? All the men in this room are like, oh my Lord, what? She has a uterus. She's going to make us talk about feelings. It's scary.
So women are just wanting to hear this bullshit, but men have to brace themselves. I don't want to hear this either. I have a uterus. She for someone who people were praising pretty well for saying talking about her period and not putting it on women and saying like, oh, if you're a bleeder, which is a gender neutral term, which I found a little bit weird. I'm sorry. I might I know I'm kind of on the less liberal side about that stuff. I think women have periods. Non-binary people can have periods, but I think saying women don't have periods is kind of weird. But I know. I'm sorry. Don't hate me, please. But now she's going to talk about penises. She's going to talk about I have a uterus. Men don't want to talk about feelings. It's a lot of gender stereotypes that she's about to throw out here for such a wise and liberal mind. I'm not surprised, but if you were to hear these speeches back to back, you might be surprised.
It'll be okay, I promise. What's your name?
Nate.
Nate. It'll be okay, Nate. It'll be okay. Okay, so it's 2019. I am on the road literally every week to do a keynote. One, sometimes two. And that comes from a lifetime of wishing and hoping and praying that someday somebody would pay me money to stand on a stage and talk. And one person wanted me to do it, and then another person wanted me to do it, and they'll fly you private, Rachel. And I would be like, I'm so tired, you guys. I haven't been home, and I really just. And they'd be like, oh, but then, and you know what? Tony Robbins, and then Oprah, and all of these opportunities keep showing up, and you don't know how to say no, right? Does anyone? You feel like there's opportunity over here, and then but I could also. Does anyone feel like that? You're like, there's so many, and you have employees, right? And people are counting on you. People are counting on you. Back in the old...
She just really is good at getting rid of... And here, for a second, just to see what I have to deal with. This cute cat. I can't just sit here and kiss her. I have to talk about Rachel Hollis for 20 more minutes, kitty. Hi, this is Taro. If you haven't seen who Taro is, this is Taro. She's a beautiful kitty. Okay. She really... Rachel really... takes away all responsibility. All responsibility goes away. She didn't want to fly private. Rachel doesn't care about flying private. That was all the other people in her life telling her to want those things. Yet, she writes in her own book that when she was like 8 years old, she had a wish on her birthday that she was going to be rich so that she didn't have to live in this poor, family of hers she had. So that sounds like on track. That sounds like the same type of thinking throughout her life. All of a sudden now she's like, everyone else wanted me to be this way. So I listened because I was a little girl and I didn't know and I had a husband that wasn't good to me, blah, blah, blah. Which may be true. All those things might be true. But also, as she would say, it's not like, I don't know what I'm trying to say, I guess. It's like she just doesn't want to admit that she had those beliefs where she wanted to be at the top of her game. She did. She wanted to have the mansion. She wanted to have the nanny. She wanted to have the husband. She wanted to have the company. She wanted to have the big office, the employees, all of that. No one forced her to do any of that. It's all a choice. And she's acting like, oh, I just took the advice of all these mean old people that just wanted to lead me astray. It's like, take some responsibility, learn from your mistakes, get over it and move on. But like, here we are still just like trying to like pretend the past is different. I hate it. It's not good.
It was like you, right? Or it was you and maybe your partner, or it was you and you were supporting your family. But all of a sudden, the bigger it gets, the more responsibility grows. And if I could just do one more thing, if I could just show up just real quick, I'm going to knock this out, because then someday I'm going to rest, right? Someday, you know what? Someday when we get through this launch, right? As soon as we get through this launch, or as soon as we get through the summer, or as soon as, you know what? When the kids go back to school, that's when I'm finally going to rest. But someday is a myth. Someday isn't coming. This is what you've got, this day, this moment. And then I went to a mastermind, the same one where I met Russell. It's the middle of 2019. And we go to Puerto Rico, I think, and we're sitting around a table, and it was amazing.
I like how she doesn't remember where the mastermind was. It was like in Puerto Rico, I think. I'm just so famous and popular, and I've traveled so much, I don't even remember. She said that the other day. She's like, I was in an airport, and I saw this man, and I remember his shirt was maroon, and da-da. I don't remember what airport I was in because I traveled so much. It's like, okay, thanks, Rach.
And I can't even believe who I'm sitting at this table with. And everyone had this opportunity to ask a question and to say one piece of advice, like what was the best thing that you had learned in the last year. And the kind of information at this table, insane. And I'm taking 1,000 notes and I'm like, I'm about to like level up on my level up. Let's go, right? And it gets around to David Bach. Does anyone know who David Bach is?
No.
So David Bach, after listening to all of us, all of our egos, giving our best advice, trying to impress everybody at the table, David says something that changes the course of my life forever. He said, you know what, you guys, I don't have advice. I have a question for you. And he asked a question to the table, which is the same one that I'm going to ask you now. If you only had 3 years left to live, are you proud of the way you're living your life? And I tell you that I left that table and I went back to my hotel room and I cried for the whole night.
I don't believe
it. I was like, I hate my life.
I don't believe it.
This is everything I work for.
I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe she's telling the truth. I'm not in her brain. I just don't buy this at all. I don't buy it. She was like on top of the world. There was not an indication at all that she was unhappy at this point. The only time that she was unhappy is when COVID happened and she had to be stuck in the house with Dave, and then she got divorced. And then all of a sudden the pieces of the house started to fall. The house of cards. Other than that, before that, I mean, totally she was a great actress then, because she made it seem like she was, but it's also in line with all of her goals and all, like, her whole brand is built on the success that she had and she was doing. So what does she actually want? It doesn't make sense. What does she actually want? What is she doing all of this for then, if she really didn't want anything? I don't know. I just don't buy it.
Everything I hate it. And look, like, I hate those memes or those things that are like, money isn't everything. Try not having any. Money is something. Money does make life easier. Money does allow you to provide for your family. Money does change the course of your life, your community, your impact in the world. It does. But pursuing that kind of success while your world is crumbling down and thinking if you just get to a certain number, then everything will work itself out is a lie.
I think most people I think know that. There's limits. Like, yeah, you have to make sacrifices. If you want to make $1 zillion trillion, you can't see your kid as much. Especially when your job is to go speak on doTERRA and Beachbody stages, which are like in, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and, Las Vegas. Like, I think everyone that's paying $50,000 and has $1 million of revenue that apparently was at this event would know that. This is not new information, and it's like, I don't know. It's just like, what are you wasting my time with, like, obvious stuff? Like, did you know you have to look both ways before crossing the street? I didn't know. I was just running across highways. No one told me that I had to look both ways to make sure traffic wasn't going to hit me. But once I discovered that, I am here to tell you, you must look both ways. It's like, okay, like, thank you very much. This is very impassioned, and I agree with your message. But I already knew that, and I think most people know that.
Midst of that chaos, in the midst of 2019, when I was going so hard and I was so burnt out, I was talking to a really big entrepreneur in the self-help space, and I was asking his advice, and he said, you know what's going to happen, Rach? You're going to get...
She's told this story now 15 times. This is about putting your foot off the gas, like, don't put your foot off the gas. Like, that's what she told it at Rise. She said it in, like, other interviews. She told it at the Skinny Confidential cancellation interview. This is, like, the most repeated story she has now. I've heard it so many times.
The point that you are so overwhelmed and you are so burnt out, and your instinct is going to be to take your foot off the gas. And whatever you do, don't take your foot off the gas. And I listened, because I didn't know any better. You running yourself completely ragged is not the answer. Your Instagram can be beautiful, your YouTube following can keep growing, and the bank account can keep getting bigger. But if you have to get drunk every night to be able to handle the stress, or if you keep popping pills, or if you keep using, or if you keep looking at porn, or whatever you're doing to numb out so you don't have to think about the fact that you don't actually like your life, there is not enough money in the world. There is a better...
So, like, is that you, though, Rachel? Or is that Dave? Or is that no one? Or is that the hypothetical audience's problems? Like, you're telling it this story from your point of view as an expert who has lived this life. So, okay, let's give a little bit of honesty. She said everyone show up and be real and be honest. But then she glosses over, like, okay, so what were you doing to numb out? What were you doing? No, she doesn't say that at all. All she says was, everyone else told me to do this, and I didn't want to, but I did it because I was silly, and I didn't listen to my gut. My team told me to do that. Everything else, everything comes from outside. The team told her to do this. The other entrepreneurs told her to do stuff. She has no autonomy, apparently. I don't, this is like not boss babe material. You can't sell with us. You can't sell our shampoo, Rachel. You cannot be at the top of the upline because this is just not good mentality.
way to live. And if you went through 2 years of a global pandemic and you didn't come out the other side asking better questions about how you want to live in this world and what kind of impact you want to have, you're doing it wrong. So that's the first question I'm going to ask you today, and you can put it.
You know what she said? That line specifically, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong, okay? Now that's her line. And her toilet gate, her infamous toilet gate, at the end of it, at the final conclusion of that, monstrosity of a TikTok, she said, if my life is relatable to most people, I'm doing it wrong. That's what she said. That's what she said. If I'm relatable to most people, I'm doing it wrong. Now she's saying, if you don't if you're just chasing the almighty dollar, you're doing it wrong. It's like, so it's the same thing. This is just her giving advice, judging other people for what they want to do with their life and putting a bow on it and selling it at a different stage. The wording is the same. It's very nauseating because I know people are going to listen to this that aren't involved in this, aren't watching the stream, don't care to look at all the information, all of the scandals and stuff. And they're going to, wow, this was really inspirational. It really changed my life. This meant a lot to me. And it's going to be like, okay, it's frustrating because you could just say the dumbest shit and people that don't know you will be like, oh my God. And then the cycle continues. You become a fan, and you like it, you buy the stuff, and then you find out, oh, it's all fake. And then the next group comes in. It's like MLMs. It's like you have to keep having a revolving door all the time because you can't retain people. But it doesn't matter because there's 7 billion people on the earth, so, we'll never run out of people. Anyways, okay.
Back. And I hope that you will journal about it later or talk to each other. But if you, for real, I have a very dear friend, and she has cancer. Oh, and she's doing chemo right now.
I hate this. Again, also, I know I'm like, Carol, do you want to get off or no? Okay. Mommy doesn't give you vitamins because you're a kitty, not an adult. Not a child. Okay, here's Tarot. This is the Tarot show now. You're blending in too much, Tarot. Come on. You want to get down? Okay. Let's just go back. Oh yeah, the cancer thing. Sorry, the cancer thing. I hate this. I don't really know if she has a friend who has cancer, but she's told the story now twice. She told it on it's her own podcast about mortality and how her friend has cancer and just wants to live a couple more months, and that made Rachel think about her own mortality and all that. It's like, stop using everyone in your life as examples to sell against, like book chapters to sell in your stupid self-help books. It's really gross to me, especially cancer and especially disease like that. It's just like, let those people have their illness and not take it and sell it to sell your books as inspiration. It really grosses me out. I just hate it so much. And she's used it twice now.
To buy herself a 30% chance of living for a couple more years. I want to say that one more time. She is going through chemo to hopefully buy herself a 30% chance of a couple more years. If you only have 3 years left, are you proud of the way you are living your life? That's where we're starting. Buckle up.
I don't get it. I don't know why the chemo friend had to be brought up, but I guess it's just to sow sympathy that Rachel has to have a friend who's going through chemo because, she hasn't gone through something like that. So she just takes I have a close friend who's going through that and she's, trying to buy time. And that means that you should run your ClickFunnels better. It's like, I don't see the correlation. I don't. It's sickening to me.
Here's something tactical. Do you actually know what makes you happy? Do you actually know things in life that you can access right now in this moment that make you happy? Because has anyone ever experienced...
This is a great point, Emery. She also, I don't remember exactly which podcast it was, but Rachel at one point also says, but what if you loved chemo? What if you could love your chemo? Wouldn't it be better? Yeah, go through chemo, Rachel, and then fucking say you love it, okay? I have no experience of it, but I cannot imagine someone who's gone through chemo, hearing that bullshit and be like, oh, you're right. I just didn't like believe I loved it enough. Shut up. That's so insensitive. Until you experience it yourself, just leave people who have cancer alone, please.
To a huge milestone or a huge launch, or you got the number of people, or you got the amount of money, and it was euphoric. Holy crap, we did this thing and it was so amazing. And then 48 hours later, you were like, huh, is that right? Raise your hand if you've ever felt that, right? It's so normal that you get there and you're like, is that it? And so then we trick ourselves and we're like, we got to have a bigger number. That's what's the next launch? What's the next thing? And y'all, you are never going to meet someone more ambitious than me. I am here for it.
Wendy Bird from Ozarks is more ambitious than Rachel Hollis would ever be. The fictional character, Wendy Bird, is more ambitious than Rachel Hollis will ever be. She's delusional. I'm sorry. There's people way more ambitious than you, Rachel. I'm sorry to say. There are.
Freaking love chasing the next thing. But if you can't find contentment in this moment, in this life, on this Wednesday, is it Wednesday? Whatever day it is. Oh
my God, her and Heidi, like who stole it from who? I never know. I'm assuming Heidi steals from Rachel, but maybe Rachel steals from Heidi too. However, show up. I showed this in another live stream. Show up seems to be Rachel's thing too, first. She has merch, show up merch. So maybe Heidi just like co-opted all of her words.
Find it now. There's no amount of money or success or followers who are going to make you feel the thing you want to feel. So this is really cheesy, but do you have a joy list?
No.
Good. Bro, okay, let's do it. Do you have a joy list? So on my phone right now, I have a list of things that make me really happy. 15 things. International travel. Really long dinners with my favorite people. You know, the kind where like they just keep bringing wine.
Again, like, okay, this is also, yeah, it's my joy list, whatever. Like, I think people know what makes them happy for the most part. I think we all know, you know, it's not going to be grinding it out at work. It's not going to be, you know, picking up the dog poop on the walk. It's not going to be those things, but those are part of life and we just have to get used to them. Having a joy list, like I don't need to write down that I enjoy spending time with my kitty, Taro, and petting her little belly. I already know that intuitively. I'm an intuitive and I know that I love that. So, and this is also just a way for her to humbly brag about all the amazing friends she has and the amazing dinners that they have and all the amazing bottles of wine that they have and that she gets to fly international. And it's like, this is all just to boost her own ego. And people, the problem is the audience seems to be very engaged with it. It's like, we should reject these people. As a society, we need to reject those people. Okay.
And you're like, I can't have any more. Well, I'll have a little bit of that, right? Those kind of dinners. Being on the beach, laughing with my children, like laughing so hard I pee my pants because I push them out of my body.
Pee my pants. We have a pee my pants moment. Mark it off on your bingo cards. I saw someone said about bingo. Yeah, we have pee your pants. Made the speech.
I don't have the control that I used to, right? Like things that make you so happy. Getting a massage. Right? For you, I don't know what your thing is. Who knows something that like genuinely, it doesn't cost a lot of money, makes you so happy? Yeah.
With my business partners where it's like just about stupid things that no one else would find funny, but it's an in-joke.
Right. So here's the thing about that. Just a really simple hack. If you know the thing that brings you joy, you could literally set up your entire business around that. You could say that every single time we're in the office, if you're in an office.
Oh yeah, buckle up, guys. I say buckle up too, so I can't fault her for that. I also say hold space, which I saw was a pet peeve of some people. I also use that one, and I'm sorry. So she's about to make a statement here that I thought was so stupid. She's like, okay, just do all the things that bring you joy. So having like, you know, international travel, just like make that your job. Like, oh yeah, it's so easy just to do that. Like, yeah, whatever. It's just so simple for her, you know, just so simple. You guys just need to like do the things I'm saying to do.
Every single time we get together, you have to bring a joke to the table.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna go back because I cut it off in the middle.
Here's the thing about that, just a really simple hack. If you know the thing that brings you joy, you could literally set up your entire business around that. You could say that every single time we're in the office, if you're in an office together, every single time we get together, you have to bring a joke to the table that makes us pee our pants laughing or you're fired. Not really. But you could create a culture.
Wasn't that insane? I feel like that's something that she thought, and like she said it and wasn't gonna say just kidding, but like the audience reaction was like, okay, what? Oh. And then she's like, just kidding. But seriously, guys, like you need to force your employees to bring jokes. And if they're not funny, fire them. Like, oh my God. I thought that was interesting. Like, yeah, that's a great plan to make your life more joyful. Force your employees to make you laugh at their expense, or at least they have to prepare a joke. I've had bosses like this, like even where it's like, okay, tell me something that you learned today. It's like, please let me go home. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. It's for your ego. What am I going to say? Oh, I hate working here. I hate it every minute. No, I'm going to lie because I don't want to lose my job. It's like, it's all that stuff is so pointless in my opinion. Okay, back to Rachel.
Around that idea. How much does it change the context of a meeting? How much does it change the interaction if the first thing we do before we do anything else is make each other laugh? Everything changes. So like if my thing is that I want to laugh with my kids, okay, well, we could put on 4 very specific movies that we have watched 10,000 times where we will all laugh. And that seems so stupid and so simple, but we're losing time. We're losing it, right? Like, do you ever have those things where it's April? It's the middle of April right now in 2022.
It seems very fear focused. Like, we're losing time. We need to force our employees to tell us jokes now, or else we'll never have the chance. It's like, whoa. This seems like unnecessary fear.
Who remembers when it was just February or it was New Year's and you were setting goals for the year? It's going so fast. And everyone talks about this idea of being centered or being focused. But if you don't have the intentionality of asking yourself better questions, then you're never going to find the opportunity. Here's another really simple hack. In my calendar, I use Google Calendar. Anyone? Is that lame? Are you guys like, you built your own?
Yeah, super lame. Google's out. It's so funny. I brought this up before too. On Heather the Lawyer's channel, I was in her chat yesterday, 2 days ago, Friday, and she played a different episode of something Rachel did, and you should follow her. God, what was I going to say? Oh, we were talking about the calendars. She talked about Google Calendar in that podcast too. It's like, don't you sell planners? Isn't that your whole thing? Wouldn't you promote your own planner? But secretly you're like, this planner is the best. It's only for high achievers. This planner is amazing. But I actually use Google Calendar because I'm a nerd. I'm a computer nerd. Like, okay.
Software, and you use a calendar that you made yourself or whatever. You're fancy, but I use a Google Calendar.
Oh yeah, sorry. This was recorded recorded in April of 2022. This is nothing old. This is new.
Color code everything, right? All of my calendar is color coded for one reason. If it is something that is life-giving, if it is something that makes me feel good, that brings me joy, it's yellow. And if I look at my calendar for a week and there's no yellow, I'm living life wrong. It's so simple. And get intentional about bringing things into your life that
was a weird edit there. That wasn't me. But again, with the language from Toiletgate, I feel like she's purposely like taking the words and changing it to this new narrative to almost, I don't know, like show maybe, or maybe she just only has a certain amount of words and that's why. But like she's using the exact verbiage from Toiletgate to now say, oh no, I'm an anti-hustle queen. It's crazy. It's just weak. Okay, let's go back again.
Feel good, that brings me joy. It's yellow. And if I look at my calendar for a week and there's no yellow, I'm living life wrong.
I'm living life wrong. She said, I'm doing it wrong in the Toiletgate. which was if my life is relatable to most people, I'm doing it wrong. Now she's saying if I don't have life-giving yellow events in my Google Calendar, I'm doing it wrong. Or whatever she said. It's like such a 180 with no acknowledgement of how different she is now.
It's so simple. And get intentional about bringing things into your life that make you feel good. The second question I want to ask you, and this is one from my buddy Tom. Tom Billieu is also sitting at that table with us.
Tom Billieu, shout out.
And he asks, do you like yourself when you're by yourself? Do you?
That's Dave's line, I thought. Dave says that constantly. Do you like yourself when you're by yourself? Apparently you didn't, Rachel. Apparently you didn't for a whole year, 2019, because you were lying to everyone, saying how amazing your life was. In reality, you hated it, allegedly. So I don't think you liked yourself during that time, I would imagine.
Like yourself when you're by yourself. And a lot of people don't know the answer to this question because when they're by themselves, they don't allow themselves to think. They watch TV, they listen to a podcast.
She doesn't say what she does. Luis V, yes, she still wakes up at 4 a.m. She woke up at 3:30 the other day and posted about it, so she still gets up. It's her time, her only time of the day. Yes, she does.
Read a book. They do things that are improving, but very rarely do they sit and just think and be alone with their thoughts. Are you all regularly alone and just thinking about things? Anybody? Great. Does anyone in this room have a meditation practice? Awesome. So if you don't do this regularly, I know that it can feel daunting to start, but it is one of the most powerful tools that I know of to help with anxiety. It is one of the most powerful tools I know of to help with focus.
The most powerful tool to deal with anxiety is Zoloft, Wellbutrin, Prozac, and probably a plethora of others. TBH.
When life is sort of spinning off and chaos is crazy and the business feels totally wild and overwhelming, a daily meditation practice is one of the best things that you can do to help you control your thoughts. So there's a million things that you can listen to or watch or YouTube or Calm or whatever, but find something that works for you. I had a really hard time when I first started to just sit and breathe. Y'all know those people who are like, I just sit and breathe, and I just lose time, and I commune with the earth, and I close my eyes, and my brain is like, do we have chicken for dinner? I need to lay out, oh wait, and then it's wacky t-shirt day next Wednesday, don't forget, focusing. We're meditating, and we're zen, and we're calm. Calm, the app. How's my app? Should I grow that list? Anyone else? Your brain does that? Okay, great. So.
Anyone else? Okay, great. Anyone else? I don't care. Now, this is a very different version of Rachel. And like I said, this is from this month. She's now, I think, abandoning maybe the manifestation, like woo-woo stuff to try again to be the anti-hustle, former hustle babe, to make this her new image, because she very much was in the line of, oh, my spirit guides, my guardian angels, I sit down and I Palo Santo my house and I do my yoga practice. And now here she's like, I'm not that type of girl that just sits down and can just like sit down and, listen to my thoughts. I'm like, it's Wacky Wednesday on my kid's school. Obviously that's not her voice. I felt called to use the voice of a country person, middle of the country, cowboy, to portray Rachel Hollis in that moment. So don't blame me, blame God. Let's continue.
You can absolutely learn how to meditate and how to focus, but I would also just like to encourage you to find a way to meditate that works for you. I run. That's my meditation. I don't do very well at just sitting and thinking, but I think really well if I'm moving. So it doesn't matter how other people do things, it matters what works for you. And the reason that a meditation practice is really powerful is also because it gives you a moment to practice some gratitude. If you don't have a meditation practice, do you have a daily gratitude practice?
It's funny how she's like, now she's like, running is my meditation because I can't stop. Aren't you meditating like every second of the day? She's like, oh, I meditate. I have a meditation. I meditate. And now all of a sudden, like, no, my meditation is running. Like, okay, so she's just giving this up again with no acknowledgement of like the last year. I've been completely obsessed with meditation. Here is my other theory. Okay, theory conspiracy time. Sorry that I was blocking my face the whole time too. I wonder if this trip, if her BF boo thing is like a thing of the past. Because she recorded a Rach talk. She looked different. She sounded different. Her energy was different. She mentioned her boo thing in that. But, you know, I wonder if they broke up or if they're in the process of breaking up. I've been feeling that for a little bit. And just the fact that he has not mentioned her at all. And she's like putting him on her Instagram and stuff. It seems like she maybe was trying to push him to be more open about her. And this is all just speculation again. But I wonder if like now that she's no longer, maybe she's on the outs with him or something, that she's not going to go this yoga route anymore, because that was very much her boyfriend's thing. The meditation, the yoga, all that. Now maybe she's abandoning that and testing the waters with something else because she's not going to be dating him anymore. That's my thoughts.
Lord bless and keep us. Okay, 10 of us have a daily gratitude practice, and not one of the people who raised their hands had a penis. All right.
See? It's a very different version of bleeder Rachel. And like, oh, our hormones are different and we need to do this, and like we need to eat for our bodies and love and be graceful. Now she's like, you got a dick? You need a meditation practice, boys. It's like, this is more old school Rachel, and I'm shocked by it, to be quite honest.
Have a meditation.
Let's listen to this because I kind of cut it up.
Practice. Do you have a daily gratitude practice? Oh, Lord bless and keep us. Okay, 10 of us have a daily gratitude practice, and not one of the people who raised their hands had a penis. All right.
And this also seems, this is very, not very, but sort of anti-man. Like, oh, men have feelings or don't want to talk about their feelings. Oh, none of you have a meditation practice, which is kind of on brand if she was like going through a breakup. But that's, again, just my theory, no proof.
The thing. Here's the thing. You are creating this reality. You created this reality. How you feel while you sit in this room, the people around you, the business you have, the partner you're with, the children you do or do not have, you created your perception of the world that you're living inside of. Straight up. And the question is, are you creating a world that's abundant and blessed and beautiful? Or are you creating one that's filled with scarcity and lack and not enough? Okay, don't BS me right now. Who is worried? Who feels like, oh, there are days where I don't know what's going to happen to the business? And are there more people out there? And do I have, this is not the crowd where people will honestly raise their hand. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for being human. Look at us being human, you guys. It's super normal. To not know where the next thing is coming from, or to start to fear or start to doubt. And here's the thing. There's a really powerful psychological trick. And if you haven't read the book, The Gap versus the Gain, holy crap, please put that on your list. It's so good. But essentially the idea is that high achievers are constantly chasing the next thing because they think the next thing is going to fulfill them. But very rarely do they give themselves credit for what they have accomplished.
This is just not the most obvious thing. Like, I feel like we learn this like in every movie, like every Disney movie. It's like, oh, the villain just wants money, 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 but it doesn't make them happy at the end. It's like, I just don't find this revealing or unique or interesting in any way.
Always looking future, right? And our ability to look to the future is what makes us excellent as entrepreneurs. But it also means that we never give ourselves credit for the past. So if you had to write, okay, you know what? Let's just do an exercise, all right? Grab a pen, grab your notebook, and we're gonna take 1 minute. We're gonna do 1 minute. I'm gonna time you. And as fast as you can, I mean, like your life depends on it. I want you to freeform, without thinking, without judgment, write down everything that you have accomplished in the last 6 months. Everything, life, personal, business, ready, set, go. How is it that you are writing down things you've accomplished in the last 6 months and every single thing about your energy and your body is defeated? Explain that to me. It's because it's a room full of high achievers who...
I'm assuming, unless I'm misreading this, that she's pointing to somebody or pointing to the audience at large and saying, you're looking defeated, yet I just told you to write down your things that you're proud of. I think that's the vibe I'm getting. It's hard to tell because I'm listening to audio, but that's kind of mean.
Never think it's enough. In the last 6 months, who did something badass? Yeah, what?
Finalized my divorce and got my home in my own name.
Hell yes! That's amazing, yes.
Dinner at home 6 nights a week.
I cook dinner at home 6 nights a week? Are you married? Are you thankful? Fantastic, 6 nights? I feel like one night could be leftovers. That's a lot. One night, oh my word. Okay, who's got one? Yes, ma'am. Yes, a weekly self-care day. That's incredible. Yeah, cheer for that. Someone with a penis. Who did something? Yes, sir.
Again, here we go. The chat bots are going to come back.
Oh.
Yeah, it's either one.
So I lost 50 pounds during tax season.
Holy crap! 50 pounds. What else? Right here.
Robbie and I caught 16 steelhead on the Rogue River.
That's amazing. Good work. I've never caught a single fish, so you're winning.
I helped my 6-year-old daughter learn addition and subtraction.
Yeah, good job. Shout out. What else? Yes, ma'am. Florida. We don't even need the square thing. You just yell.
Hello. I actually used what Robbie taught me in sales. And after he taught me, I made like 3 sales. So right after.
No, Robbie has one too. Yeah, girl. Oh. The universe wanted her to share a story.
I chemotherapy last week.
Oh, amazing. Amazing.
And I'm a badass freaking twin mom in the process. 3 kids. Freaking.
Hell yeah.
Crushing it.
Hell yeah, you are. Good job.
I wonder how that woman felt about Rachel's story. She kind of cuts her off a little bit to be like, okay, let's move on. I mean, that's how I'm reading it. Because probably she didn't want her to give many details or ask Rachel any questions because this person, her friend going through chemo, may not exist. So now she might be feeling like, I'm put on the spot. This woman asked me a question about, something related to chemo. I ain't going to know it because I don't have a friend that's going through this. Now maybe she feels bad. I don't know. Probably not.
This is a room filled with warriors. And if you look at your life, it is filled with blessings. And it is filled with accomplishments. But if you don't ever take the time to acknowledge it, you will see lack. You will see things to be afraid of. You will see the fear of not enough customers. You will see the fear of what if this all runs out. You will not see abundance unless you look for it. Do you get that? Have you ever bought a new car? Have you ever bought a new car and you never noticed the car before and then suddenly everywhere you go, everyone's got a Tesla? And you're like, dang it, I thought I was the only one. It's because now you're wired to look for that thing. I'm not going to get into how the brain works, but you are wired to look.
Rachel, not to be mean, but you're not a neurologist. You didn't go to school past high school. There's no brain training in your history. You listen to Dr. Amen, who's an idiot. Come on. I'm not going to tell you how the brain works. Yeah, because you don't know how it works. Neither do I.
For that thing, because it means something.
Thank you, Stevie. Hey, everyone. I got a sandwich delivery. Tara made it for me. Just kidding. Just kidding. Steven made it for me. So I'm going to eat that while we listen. So sorry in advance.
To you. When you are wired to look for blessings, it's what you will find. If you believe that God has your back, if you believe that the universe is looking out for you, if you believe that it's abundant, then that is what you will create. And if every single morning you start your day, take 5 minutes and just write down something in the last 24 hours that you were blessed by. In the last 24 hours, not like, oh, I'm so thankful I have a home, or I'm so thankful for my marriage, but in the last 24 hours, you know what? I was in line at Starbucks and the woman in front of me bought my coffee.
She's used that one before too. Oh, someone bought my coffee at Starbucks. Like that was going to be her manifestation thing. It's like, that's happened to me like one time in my life. Am I supposed to just wait around for that to happen to be grateful for it? Such a weird example. She sometimes picks weird examples, like the one about the, make your coworkers or make your employees tell you funny jokes, or wait for the woman to buy you a drink at Starbucks. It's like, is that really what we're grateful for? Is that the best example to use there?
Or in the last 24 hours, I got a sweet text from a friend. Or in the last 24 hours, I got the information that I needed for the work project that I'm doing. Because if every single day you know that you're going to have to show up at a journal and write down 5 things, you will spend your day looking for those blessings. Does that track? Daily gratitude practice. How much time do you spend by yourself? How much time do you spend by yourself without numbing in some way? I know we're not supposed to talk about that. We're not supposed to talk about how much we drink to manage the stress of all of this. We're not.
Why? Who's saying that we can't talk about that? It's very widely talked about nowadays.
Supposed to talk about the stuff that we do when no one else is looking, so that we can.
And she also said she was an alcoholic to Oprah on Oprah's stage. It's like, you've been talking about this openly, but yet you also glorify alcohol all the time. So I'm confused.
Tomorrow and perform when everyone is. Do you like yourself when you're by yourself? Because I swear there is not enough success or money or power or access or friends that will buy you that kind of love. And when we are alone with our thoughts is when the stuff comes up. And we don't want to deal with that. We don't want to think about the mistakes that we've made. We don't want to think about our failures. We don't want to think about how we showed up or how we screamed at the kids or how we missed that sale or how we missed that opportunity. We don't want to think about that stuff. So we'll just work harder. We'll go faster because nobody can hit a moving target, right? But I swear, I promise, I know it is not what they are teaching. I know bro entrepreneur culture isn't going to talk about this, but I promise you that if you are a healthier person, your business will be healthier. Your business.
Again, she's making a lot of assumptions about bro culture. She's making it seem like men just are these emotionless beings that only care about money. And, wherever this idea is coming from, maybe from being with Dave, maybe from her own, perceived gender role thing. I don't know. But she's putting a lot of kind of negative energy out in the universe towards the men during this whole podcast. And I don't know if it's really warranted in this case. I think it's a little bit lumping people and their personalities into a category that they're not necessarily in. She's just making a lot of assumptions. She has all these feelings too. She wants to make millions of dollars, or she had, I guess. But even now, she talks about making money as if it's a wonderful thing. So, which she says it is. So I'm just confused as to what, I don't know, what point she's trying to make here. We're almost done.
Your business, not hers or his or your sister's or your friend or Russell or mine. Your business is 100% dependent on you. And your psychological health, your physical health, your emotional health, your ability to deal with stress is directly giving you the results that you have right now. You are living the results of the decisions that you made 6 months ago, right now. What is happening in your life is the result of the decision you made 6 weeks ago, 6 months ago, 6 years ago. So take responsibility for what comes next.
In that example, do you think her friend who just started chemo and was given 3 months to live or whatever she said, that she planned that. That's the result of her decisions. She didn't meditate enough. She didn't have her joy list. She didn't read it enough. That's why she got cancer. I guess technically 3 months ago she probably already had cancer, just didn't know about it. So that's kind of rude, you know? And the woman in the audience who said she just got over chemo, yeah, she's over it, which I'm glad. But it's like, did she 6 months ago cause herself to have the cancer in the first place? Like, this is where these questions, like, it's not just a simple thing you can say that applies to all, you know? This phrase, apply to all, humankind. It's like so unnuanced that it becomes annoying. It's like, if you're getting paid $100,000, I don't know how much she got paid for this speech, but she at one point got like $100,000 to speak on stages. And this is the type of stuff you say. It's just like garbage. It makes me so mad.
It is possible. I swear with everything in me, it is possible for you to succeed and feel really good. But you're not going to find a lot of people who talk to you about that. How's your relationship with your kids, guys? How's your relationship with your parents? How's your relationship with your core?
Your relationship with your parents, and also my parents and I don't get along, so, you know, calling the kettle black, but Rachel does not get along with her parents at all. So why don't you go through your life itinerary and fix some relationships, Rach?
The people you love the most, the people you're doing this for, who I promise you don't want one more thing. This isn't for everyone, but someone in this room needs to hear that your kids don't want one more thing. They want time. They want you off your phone, not stressed out. They want your presence. Do you know a lot of entrepreneurs that are older who have no relationship with their adult children? It happens all the time. And then that entrepreneur, they feel bitter because they're like, I freaking did this for you. My parents didn't give me anything and I did this for you. And the kids are like, bro, I didn't want this. I wanted a dad. I wanted a mom. You know the version of this in your life. But it's not going to matter if it all ends tomorrow. See,
the thing that bothers me with that, because that was the one moment of the whole speech, I was like, dang, you know, that was a good line. Like, that kids want a dad, they want a mom, but that is true. And the way she said it really made me feel like, yeah, that's true. Even though I have such opinions about Rachel, I still was able to feel like the weight of that sentence. However, you know, 1 second later, I started to regret my feelings and think like, she didn't make any of these choices. She was forcibly, you know, sidelined, basically. When the divorce happened, that was strike one. Toiletgate was strike two. And her coming back without, like, the correct apology, without the correct acknowledgement was strike three. She was basically dead in the public eye. You know, press didn't support her. Her supporters didn't support her. You know, people liked Dave more at that point because he was being a little bit more transparent about the whole thing, it seemed, with the divorce and all that. And so she really, the only way she can even say any of this, that she's gotten control, she's able to take massages and whatever, is because she's been forcibly canceled. She tried to do Rise again after after Toiletgate, and it was a complete failure. She couldn't sell 100 tickets, it looked like. Like, I went to the virtual, and there was, like, you know, a very, like, small percentage based on what Rise was in the past. Thousands of women, thousands of big arenas. This was, like a tiny, dinky stage with, like, little chairs set up. Like, folding chairs. That's how fast she fell. So none of this is her choice. And she's making it seem like, oh, I found the secret because I was so successful and then I decided that it wasn't what real success is. No, you found out what real success was, got your ego so overblown that you made a mistake by making a TikTok, and got your ego so overblown that you thought, like, oh, people will just like me even if I get divorced. Even after 2 months ago hosting a marriage conference, which is crazy. She just believed that she could, you know, withstand anything at that point. And then she got knocked down, and now all of a sudden she's like, oh, see, this is a lesson I learned, without acknowledging what actually happened. And that's the most annoying part, because it's like this story is only heroic if you made the choice to step down off the top of the mountain. She's going to talk about mountaintops in a second. If she chose to descent herself because she had learned something in the process, not being pushed off the mountain and falling to the bottom and being like, well, I learned my lesson. It's not heroic. That's being foolish. That's my preaching for the night.
The scary thing is, you think you have time. You think that you've got 50 years, so it'll all work itself out. But every single person in this room knows somebody that went like that. That it was their time. And they never got the chance. And that they never told the people that they loved them, and they never went to Paris to have that dinner, and they never connected with their wife, and they never did those things. We all know that person. Why do you think you're going to escape it? Your tomorrow is not guaranteed. This is what you've got. Are you happy with the way you are living your life? Let me give you something tactical. Let me ask you a question about work. What's your 20%? You all know the Pareto principle, 80-20. Everyone know this? Don't lie if you don't. Raise your hand if you're not sure. Thank you. 80% of your results come from 20% of your effort. Every single time. 20% of your customers give you 80% of your money. 20% of your products give you 80% of your revenue. We all know this. So if you don't start every single year asking yourself how you can refine to that 20%, I'm just going to focus on the 20%. I'm going to focus on the 20%. If you do not understand that that is the way to exponential growth, because people come to these things and you get so much information. I don't know about y'all, but I would come to these and I would get so much information. I would get so pumped. I'd have to take like a Benadryl to sleep that night because I was all jacked. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to go take on the world. Then I'd get back to my office and everyone would be like, oh God, you went to a conference. And I would have 1,000 ideas. Who knows what I'm talking about? And then I'd try them all out. And then 6 months would go by and I would realize that the thing that I was doing 6 months ago was actually the thing that made us money. And I had just wasted time and energy and effort and confused my customer base, running off in a different direction. Because when I talk to people about this, it always comes back to, yeah, but if I don't keep giving this much effort, and if I don't keep pushing this hard, if I don't keep doing that, then I'm not going to be as successful. And that is a lie. You have to get smarter about what you work on. You have to focus in on what is actually working. Now, I'm not in your world. I don't know as much about funnels and all the cool stuff that you guys do. I made a funnel, and when I say I made a funnel, I came to Boise, and this crew made me a funnel once.
I showed the funnel already. That's how I got into her private Vimeo or whatever. Not her private, but the behind the scenes Vimeo account. It's okay. You know, it's a typical funnel. I don't know. I don't know anything about the 80-20%, whatever, but, you know, her and Dave were still working together, they did like a 2020 like launch forward vision meeting. It was filmed in 2019, I believe. So, you know, obviously you can't see all of what happened. But what she said was the two most important things that she was going to do for 2020. Quibbly. Okay, the Quibbly show, which obviously we know what happened to Quibbly. It did not go anywhere, and that show never saw the light of day. And number two, the Rise fitness app, which basically didn't even launch because her and Dave got divorced. Whatever happened, I don't know. The app is still there, but like, I don't think she's like, oh, this is $1 billion app. Well, I don't think it's making $1 billion. So that's what she decided was her most important things. So she picked wrong. So what did you do to fix that? Because you put your money down on two things that epically failed. She doesn't tell you that. She doesn't say, I made this mistake and I learned from it. Now I only focus on X, Y, Z. No, she's just going to tell you, focus on the 80% and the 20%, blah, blah, blah. Like, so general, because she can't give her real advice because she doesn't know anything.
That's like what I know, right? But I have heard something over and over and over again because I'm on the email list and I see it every time. You are just one away. Right. It's working, Russell. It's working. The branding's working, brother. He doesn't say you're 100 funnels away. He doesn't say you're 22 funnels away from figuring out how to do it. He says you're 1 funnel away. And how I read that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, is that you create one thing and you refine it and you refine it and you refine it and you pull it apart and you go, okay, we got the first part working, and then with the upsell thing or the downsell thing, because I don't remember how this goes, and then the gift with purchase and the whoozy whatsy and the thing that comes, there's like 15 steps in a funnel or something. So how I would approach that is I'd start at the very beginning. How's step number 1? Okay, that's killing it. How's step number 2? You are 1 funnel away. 80% of your results come from 20% of your effort. What would happen to your business if you got laser focused on 20%? You would make way more money with way less effort. And with that extra time, you'd go get a massage, or you'd go to dinner, or you'd drink a great glass of wine, or you'd take the vacation you always wanted to take, or you'd freaking take a nap. Oh my word, you just take a nap in the middle of the day because you can. It's whatever you want it to be. It is whatever you want it to be. It's your life, it's not mine. But I do know that you are working so hard. Are you living so hard? You know the old thing that's like, work hard, play hard? Work hard, play hard. Vegas, what happens here, whatever. There's this culture that we're going to work really hard.
I'm living hard, babe. I don't think she knows what that means. Living hard. That doesn't mean like you're living great. Usually that phrase means like you're living in like a drug den or something. You're living hard. You're smoking cigs and you're driving fast. Like that to me is living hard. Not like work hard, play hard, work hard, live hard. But maybe I'm just from the wrong side of the tracks. That's how we used to say it. In my neighborhood, we would say, we're living hard over here. Just me? Let me know.
And then we're just sneak in a little bit of fun and then go back to working really hard, right? You do all this sort of working up to the vacation. You go and you do this thing and then you go back to working hard. My motto is work hard, live well. If I work hard, if I work smart, if I am strategic, I can live really, really well.
That's her motto. She's like 12 mottos and mantras now. I forget the other one. I can't even grab it from my brain. She said something like, my mantra is, and it was not that one. It was something else completely. She just makes up new mantras. Oh yeah, I know. It came out in my brain. Create cool shit with cool people. That's her other mantra. Now it's work hard, live. No, what did she say? Whatever she said. I forgot it instantly because it was so stupid.
And sometimes entrepreneurs accidentally get themselves a job, right? They think they're starting a business, but they're so busy working in the business that they just have a job that's totally overwhelming. And when you're inside of it, it's so easy to think that that's all there is. And there is a way. I heard the gal, and I don't know where you are in the room, but I was backstage and I was listening to the gal talk about that.
Gal, wash your face. Gal, put on your eye cream, because you're a gal, not a girl no more. That's Rachel Hollis's next memoir.
You know, now she has all these people who are sort of putting her mission out in the world, and she's able to scale her business, and she doesn't have to be the one teaching. And there's a time when we're starting out where we don't understand that we're in control of this. And I know the voice in the back of your head, because that's been in the back of my head where it says, yeah, but, and also, and you don't know, but look, if the life you are living right now is the result of a decision you made 6 months ago, that means that sitting in this room right now, you could make a decision that changes everything. 6 months from now, you could be in an entirely different place, not just in terms of money and not just in terms of what your business is doing, but you could be in an entirely different place in your relationship. 6 months from now, you can be in an entirely different place in your faith, in your spirituality.
See, why is she talking about faith so much? She hasn't talked about this for so long. I swear, she's like, It's either the audience that she just knows that they're faith-based, or she's done a 180. Well, I guess 360 technically. Starts off Christian mommy blogger, spiritual, transcendent yoga chick, and now back to Christian mommy blogger, motivational speaker, MLM lover.
In your relationship with your daughter, in how you're showing up in the world. You could have trained for the marathon that you keep saying you're going to do. You could climb that mountain. You could go to Paris. 6 months from now, when you make a list of all of the things you have accomplished in the last 6 months, you could blow your own mind. But you have to understand that you are in control. We have got to stop this pervasive, disgusting idea that we should run ourselves ragged in pursuit of this. Because when you get to the top of the mountain, there's just another mountain. And I'm here, climb the mountain.
I love what she's saying here. I agree with everything. However, coming from her lips, it just is so far away from acknowledgement. Like, oh, did you know that if you climb the mountain, there's just another mountain? Okay, says who? You? Give me an example. Give me some context about how you are able to say that. Nope, doesn't say that. Won't say that at all. It just, yes, I agree with what she's saying. This is sort of more of my style of belief at this point. But I feel like I've tried to be honest about like my history and the mistakes I've made to get to the point that I'm at. She refuses to do that. And that's what bothers me.
Do all the things, build $1 billion business. But you are going to need strength for the ascent. You're going to need the warrior spirit, and that's not going to be available if you have depleted every single part of yourself along the way. If your spirit is exhausted, you don't have to tell me, but as I'm standing here speaking on the stage, there are people in this room who's like, I am freaking exhausted. I'm tired. I'm not sleeping. I'm overwhelmed. Do not buy the myth that is normal. It's not normal.
She told people to wake up early. Like in the freaking video that she made the ClickFunnel with, she uses images of the journals that she had from the past. And in the journals, should I pull it up immediately? In the journals, it says like in the printed journal, not what she wrote, but like what was written. So not what she wrote in herself, but in the printed journal that she sells. At the top, it says like, get up an hour earlier, eliminate one whole category of foods. Like these are the tips that she's giving, or these are the prompts that she's putting in this journal that she's still advertising today. This is very different message than what she's saying here, which is take a nap, live your life, live hard, whatever that means to her. But yet, the message that she's actually selling to people for $20 or however much her journals cost is completely the opposite. So it's hypocritical to me, and I can't square these two things until she makes an acknowledgement of, I was the leader of this toxic culture at my company. In the lexicon of, I don't know if that's the right word for that, of women empowerment. I was on covers of magazines and told people to hustle for their dreams, and now I see how flawed that is. I screwed up. That's all I want from her, and I would leave her alone. But here we are, in denial. Denial Town. More fun. Denial Drive. Welcome to Denial Drive, where we have all the latest Rachel Hollis content for you. Mantras, speeches, forgotten dreams, and journals. See you on the way out. Okay, we're almost done, I swear.
Everybody gets overwhelmed. Everybody feels anxious sometimes. Everyone feels afraid. But there is a better way to do your life, and you are in control of figuring out what it is. The last thing I'm going to ask you to write down in your journal for later is, what can I do? You go back all the way to the Stoics. They taught us this, right?
Right.
Don't focus on what you cannot control. Only focus on what you can. One of my favorite quotes is from Tony Robbins. Where focus goes, energy flows. What can you change? Where are the points of tension? What feels hard? What can you make better? You would be shocked at just a little bit of weight coming off your shoulders, making you feel like you can fly.
Ugh.
And when you feel like you have that freedom, I swear.
Like a butterfly, like I learned at the Show Up Summit hosted by Heidi Powell. She never cries that much anymore. I learned that I could fly like butterfly. Caterpillars are stupid. That's what I learned at the Heidi Powell conference. Okay, sorry.
I swear, the business explodes because you have clarity and you have access.
I thought we don't want the business to explode because when the business explodes, then you're miserable. I'm confused.
And you have resources and you feel empowered, yeah? And even if only a little part of this resonated with you, there's some digging deeper that you can do. Your life is supposed to feel good. It's hard sometimes, but it's not supposed to be hard all the time. And you are in control of making it better.
No, you're not.
And if you figure it out for yourself, you can figure it out for your communities and your babies and your sisters and the people that you love the most. You are in this room because you are a leader. We don't need more fans in this world. We need more leaders. And it is
Rachel needs some more fans. That's for sure. Okay.
To tell people that if they do this, this, and this, they can make so much money. But also, if you do this, this, and this, you can make it really good.
Oh.
And you can teach other people how to do the same. I appreciate the time with you guys. Thank you for
Mic drop moment. You could do this, this, and this. I'm not going to tell you what this, and this is because I have no effing idea. But you could also do this, and this, which I'm not also going to share because I don't know, and it's hypocritical for me to say because just a year earlier I was calling people toilet cleaners on TikTok and not thinking that that was a problem. So anyways, that's my speech, bitches. Just puff of smoke and then she just descends down the stage. Well, once again, we've reached the end of our criticism. Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. Jeez. Whoopsies. I worked a little hard and lived a little soft, if you know what I mean. Time to go to sleepies. Okay, here's my deal for this week, in case you're interested and you're still here and conscious. Tuesday is going to be the Cringefluencers stream, and I have not officially chosen the person we're going to talk about yet. I have a couple options. I want to keep it a secret until tomorrow, and because I want to keep it a secret till tomorrow, I haven't decided yet. But if you don't know what the heck I'm talking about, I will show you. It's a second channel on YouTube that, obviously, here it is, that I host with, or I don't host it. We just we talk. Me and Camellia, who you might be familiar with, we talk about cringefluencers. People who are cringe and they have influence. That's basically the concept. We just talked about The Secret, Rhonda Byrne, last week on Thursday. And normally we go live on Thursdays, but because I have other work obligations, I'm working hard, not living hard. This week I can't go on Thursday, do it on Thursday. So we're switching it temporarily just this week. Special edition. So yeah, you should definitely come to that if you're free or watch the replay. It's fun. It's chill. It's a razzmatazz good time. And then, follow me on Instagram. That's the best place. I've been neglectful of Twitter lately. I cannot lie. But I definitely have not been neglectful on Instagram because I am addicted. And for the record, Rachel Hollis and Dave Hollis both have blocked me. So they won't be a part of this community. So you can feel free to share your opinions because they aren't going to see it because they have blocked me. Here it is. Here's my page. Here's me in a motorcycle looking sexy. I felt apprehensive to share this photo, but my fiance said, no, do it. So I follow orders from my man. So there it is. That is his motorcycle. Well, it's ours technically, but really more it's his. We bought this over the weekend, and he drove it an hour and a half home from the dealership. So, you know, he got a lot of practice in, and I was terrified. I was driving in front of him and behind him, and it was scary. But he did a really good job. I'm very proud of him. And, you know, I'm going to learn. I mean, I learned already, but I'm going to practice on the new bike soon. And I will show you how that goes. Other than that, that's basically it. Those are my 2 thoughts. I've been sharing a lot on Instagram, so I'll post it today, tomorrow, tonight. I don't know. I have a cool video of me rock climbing from today that I'm very proud of because it was one of those underhangs. Well, rock climbing, it's bouldering, so you're not harnessed in. But pretend this is like the rock, like this is horizontal, obviously, and this is me underneath. And I climbed, well, I guess this way. I climbed this way and then over. And that was one of the first times I've done that. First time I did it on camera for sure. And first time I really did it. Well, I did it like last week, but this is the first time I did it like officially. So I want to share that. I want to share that moment with the world so that people can praise me for my abilities. Boost my ego. Anyways. Yeah, I know. Camellia has been all up in this Johnny Depp Amber trial. She did one video about it already. I think she's going to do more on her channel, which is just Camellia Kazan on YouTube. And it's linked in the Cringefluencers. There's a link to her channel too there. But she's been all over it. I've been kind of out of it. Steven also likes it. And I have been sort of not ignoring it, but just only watching the recaps. I haven't watched live. Because I'm just like, I don't know. It seems all confusing. Oh, wait. Oh, my gosh. I missed this. So sorry, Kathleen. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you caught a live. Welcome. Oh, my gosh. Brizzy? Australia? Dang. I'm the only one doing any work at all. Thank you very much. It is Australian money, though. So, what is it? Yes, it is Australian. For that, I must say, as I always say,
it is 18 American dollars.
We only accept American here.
18 stinking dollars.
Or stinkings. And just to sing us out of the show, we'll sing one more song, and then I'll play the end credits, so we can all go to sleep.
Why do you follow me if you don't already own my book?
That was like prime Dave. I've never seen a more lively, energetic Dave than that live stream that he did. He created a masterpiece of music. I know. I need to. I'm scared, but we'll be fine. Anyways, all right. I need to add more photos to the Choose Sadness merch slideshow. So if you have, 2 people sent me stuff over the weekend. So if you have any pictures of any merch that you purchase and you want to be added to the slideshow, I will add it this week. I promise. And we'll do this again as soon as there's more drama, things to cover, things to talk about. We'll do another live stream. It's been fun. It's been real. And okay. Goodbye. Thank you for being here. I really, 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 really appreciate everyone, and it was really fun. And good night. I'm going to end this 12 times. Okay, bye.